Hello, everyone. I apologize. I was really thinking this was at 6 my time. I don't know why I thought that, but I did.
Oh, well, I don't know if it's how it works for everybody in the States, but I know if I could get it just an hour earlier for everybody overseas, that it might hopefully help them a little bit. Especially when we're going 3, 4, or 5 hours. That's just insane. We're not doing that tonight. We're getting through the state's first rebuttal and then Daniel the defense's rebuttal. So you'll be on display tonight, Jack. Uh,
Sweet.
yeah. So we're going to. I guess I need to share my screen. I'm just curious for those in chat. Does it? Are you interested in seeing the transcript scrolling on the screen as we're reading it? Does it? I mean, does it help at all? Is it annoying? Is it distracting? How does everybody feel about that? While they're trying to decide, I'm going to. Um, I have been awake for way too long today, and sorry, my brain is not functioning quite where it should be. So I apologize. I'm going to get my. Um, oh my goodness, there it is. Okay, I couldn't find my. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll have. All right. Thanks, Crockett. Okay, really, really quick. There's only a few in chat. That's fine because usually more end up showing up. But Crockett's here. Crockett, welcome. Thank you for being here. Dark Side. TJ is lurking. And welcome. Thank you for being here. And so for now, we just have a small crowd. I think I don't recall. And Catnip popped into the chat. Hey, girls. So, and also we are also live on Foul Play's channel. So thank you, Foul Play, for helping out.
Yep, I just got everything loaded, the thumbnails up.
Okay, cool. Yep, it looks like, well, I can see it, so it's there. So yeah, that's good. And there's Alice. Hey, Alice. Welcome. So I think what we'll do is, Kay, do you want to start reading first, or
sure,
you want me to start? Okay,
whatever you want.
Okay. So Kay is going to start reading Lori McConnell's the ADA. She's going to start reading her closing argument first, and then if Kay needs a break or something, then I can just let me know and I'll jump in and help you read. Or we've got Alice here and Cherie that would probably help out too if needed. Guys, if Cherie, do you mind? I mean, I don't want you to leave the panel. Please stay in the panel. But if you wouldn't mind kind of moderating Foul Play's channel to answer questions and stuff like that, or to ask questions, let me know when there's a question we need to stop for. Do you mind doing that? Questions and stuff like that, or to ask questions, let me know when there's a question we need to stop for. I just love hearing my voice. Do you mind doing that?
Okay. I don't.
Okay, thank you. You'll have to turn your YouTube off, though, Cherie. Or down. Okay, so Cherie's going to kind of keep her eye on the chat in Foul Play and answer questions. You want to turn off your there you go.
Come on, Cherie, get your shit together.
Come on, I can't concentrate. I'm just teasing. So that way, if you're in Foul Play and you're not on my channel, you don't feel like you're just getting left with nobody answering your questions or anything. Okay, so with that said, are you doing that on purpose?
I don't know. Is that Cherie still?
I think so.
Oh my gosh, I hate hearing my voice played back.
Yeah, it's Cherie. I just muted her.
Horrible.
I do too. Oh,
All right, we ready?
we are ready. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Okay. All right. You can start at. Okay, so the jury's been out and they're coming back. Okay, so you could
You want
probably
me to
start on
start
line
on
21.
23?
Yeah, line 23 is fine.
Okay. This is a case about an officer who was given a badge and a gun and swore an oath to protect the public. And in exchange, he was given the full power of an Oklahoma City police officer. And he used that power to prey on women who lived on the northeast side of Oklahoma City. Officer Holtzclaw didn't choose CEOs or soccer moms as his victims. He chose women like Florine Mathis, a 9-time convicted felon and drug addict. And he chose women like Rosetta Great, who he sexually assaulted while she was high and looking to prostitute herself. He chose women who he could use his power as an Oklahoma City police officer to intimidate and bully into silence. He chose women that he could count on not telling about what he was doing. And you heard from the witness stand, all 13 victims tell you, who would believe me? How do you call the police on the police? And Officer Holtzclaw counted on that. And he counted on that. He counted on that if they ever did tell, that no one would believe them and no one would care. And you've heard a lot of testimony over these several weeks, and it's important to understand the timeline of Officer Holtzclaw's sexual assaults, because throughout the 6 months that Officer Holtzclaw committed these sexual assaults, his pattern changed. It grew more bold and more despicable as he committed more horrific acts of sexual abuse against his victims. So, I prepared a timeline to show the dates of Officer Holtzclaw's assaults. On December 20th, 2013, Officer Holtzclaw was involved in arresting Shardarion Hill for possession of PCP. And Shardarion Hill was the perfect victim in the perfect situation. She's arrested for PCP. She's in the full custody of Officer Holtzclaw, alone with him for hours. She crushed glass vials of PCP in her mouth. She's under the influence of drugs. Who's going to believe her, right? And Officer Holtzclaw takes that chance to start to make deals with her based on her charges. He tells her, the quote is, "Give it a month and your charges won't be on you," he says. He lets her talk to her mother on his personal cell phone, and he touched her breasts. He put his finger in her vagina, and he put his penis in her mouth, all the while telling her he's going to fix the charges. And Officer Holtzclaw is heady from his power. Give me a frickin' break, man. He tells Shardarion Hill, and I quote, "Bet you've never sucked a white dick before," unquote. And he takes Shardarion Hill to jail, and he counts on her not telling anyone. And just to make sure, just to give her a carrot to keep her from telling, he tells her he's going to hide her city tickets. Shardarion Hill quoted for you what she remembered Officer Holtzclaw telling her that day. He said, "I'm going to hide your city tickets and make your bond super fucking cheap." And we have evidence that he does just that. We do? What the we don't have evidence of that.
Sorry, I was muted. No, not that I can remember.
We have evidence that he does just that, showing you State's Exhibit 128, which is the booking information. And you'll have all these exhibits when you go back in the deliberation room. But State's Exhibit 128 shows you the information that Officer Holtzclaw filled out for Shardarion Hill. And it shows you how he listed the charges that he booked Shardarian Hill in on. Possession of a controlled dangerous substance, that would be the PCP, and destruction of evidence, PCP, for Shardarian Hill, placing the PCP in her mouth. It has spots for warrants. They're not there. And Tammy Dornan testified that she had to add them later because Officer Holtzclaw failed to do so. And Shardarian Hill gets out of jail on the charge. And what happens next? Officer Holtzclaw starts contacting her on Facebook, and he starts contacting her by phone. He even meets up with her at her house. He exposes himself to her that time, but she's not in his custody then. She's not under arrest, and he doesn't have any power over her. So Shardarian Hill doesn't perform oral sex on him as he asked her to do when he meets her at home. But instead, Officer Holtzclaw continues again and again to contact her on Facebook. And when you look through these Facebook messages, and there's several pages of them, I'm going to specifically point you to State's Exhibit 121. You can see how the conversation between Shardarian Hill and Officer Holtzclaw changes. Well, Officer Holtzclaw is able to hold the power that he has, or that he is telling Shardarian Hill that he has over the charges that she has, the drug charges. You can see Shardarian Hill conversing with him. But as Shardarian Hill keeps asking, what are you going to do with my charges? What are you going to do with my charges? You can see her starting to ignore him on Facebook. Yeah, because she's in jail down in Texas.
Yeah. But nobody's saying that part,
yeah,
right?
she's ignoring him.
Mhm.
I wonder if she knows they don't have Facebook in jail down in Texas. Specifically, on State's Exhibit 121, Daniel Holtzclaw says, last thing he said was, you went back in? Let me know about it. Maybe I can help her explain. Shardarian Hill says, help how? I don't get it. Daniel Holtzclaw, you got to call me. I can't talk through Facebook. I don't know your details. And then he talks to her over and over again. Sharday, talk to me.
Oh, what?
I
Are
lost
you reading from Mind, Kay?
No, I'm reading from mine, but I just lost my place. My
You're
screen
on
just
line
broke.
18. Okay, line 18.
Hey, where are you, Sharday? But Shardarian Hill is wise now.
Oh,
She
God.
knows that Officer Holtzclaw can't help her, and she cuts off contact with him. And that's when Officer Holtzclaw changes the way that he's doing business.
Ugh.
He doesn't make bogus claims on how he can help people with their charges anymore. What he starts doing is taking what he wants whenever he sees it. Oh, man.
This is what I haven't read all of this, and this is really hard to hear.
And that's what we start to see on February 27th, 2014 with Tabitha Barnes, who's the next victim. So that was December, and his next victim is in the end of February. Okay.
Yeah.
So 60 days later, he gets a new victim.
Yeah.
Officer Holtzclaw comes across Tabitha Barnes, another convicted felon. She lives with her children in a house on Northeast 15th and Jordan, a high crime drug neighborhood. Her kids live with their dad anyway.
Yeah.
She has a sex offender boyfriend. She has active warrants, another perfect victim. Who's going to believe Tabitha Barnes? And whenever Officer Holtzclaw comes into contact with her, Tabitha Barnes told you, he kept saying, what's underneath? What's underneath? And indicating in her shirt area. He asked her several times, And finally, Tabitha Barnes, even though she told you from her contact with police officers in the past, she knew a male officer was not supposed to search her. She lifts up her shirt to expose her stomach area. But Officer Holtzclaw doesn't stop there. That's not what he wants to see. He keeps just asking again and again, what's underneath? What's underneath? Indicating to her breast area. And finally, Tabitha Barnes, thinking she has no other choice, lifts her shirt and exposes her breasts, at which point Officer Holtzclaw comes behind her and says, "Let me check," and places both hands on both of her breasts and lifts them up. Tabitha Barnes doesn't tell anyone. She also has warrants. And before leaving her house that day, Officer Holtzclaw tells her, "I'm not going to take you to jail. Just play by my rules." And it worked for him this time. So he swings by her house again on March 25th, 2014. So almost a whole nother month till he comes back. This time at first, Tabitha Barnes isn't home. So Officer Holtzclaw just walks into her home, free to do as he pleases, wearing the uniform of an Oklahoma City police officer. Can they just say whatever in closing? Wasn't he dispatched to her house on the 25th for an open door or for something?
Oh, sorry, I was muted again. Yeah, he gets dispatched for the burglary.
The dude stealing the microwave off of her porch.
Yeah, the burglary. The burglary.
The one that her kids beat up.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, he didn't.
I don't understand how you can just say stuff when it's not what's in evidence.
Right.
I mean, I know closing arguments aren't evidence to be considered, but right. I mean, they're spinning a fiction right here.
Yep.
When Tabitha Barnes gets home, he says, "Come here." And Tabitha Barnes feels like she has to comply. And when she goes over there, he makes her expose her breasts and her vagina to him. But he doesn't stop there. He continues to go by her house. Goes into her house again on March 26th, trying to get in her house, saying, "You have warrants. Remember, you have those warrants." And the only thing that Tabitha Barnes thinks that she can do at that point is to move away. That's her only choice to get away from Officer Holtzclaw.
Wow.
So she moves to take care of her mom, which she was already planning to do.
Yeah.
And in the midst of Officer Holtzclaw's repeated contact with Tabitha Barnes on March 14th, 2014, our third victim happens, Carla Raines. Carla Raines is walking alone in a high-crime neighborhood. And whenever Officer Holtzclaw comes into contact with her, he does the same type of thing that he did with Tabitha Barnes. It's all about, what do you have on you? Do you have anything on you? Indicating to her chest area. He's asking and asking, even though Carla Raines continually insists that she doesn't have anything illegal on her body. Finally, she does what she thinks she has no other choice but to do, and she lifts her shirt and her bra, exposing her breasts to Officer Holtzclaw. Who's going to believe Carla Raines? On March 25th or April 14th, Officer Holtzclaw finds nine-time convicted Florine Mathis. Similar to Carla Raines, Florine Mathis is walking alone at nighttime in the northeast part of town. He stops her. She has a warrant, and after Officer Holtzclaw finds out that she has a warrant, he searches her. Florine Mathis told you that he touched her breasts on top of her clothes, and she didn't tell anyone. She didn't think she could. But here, in between Florine Mathis and Rosetta Great, is where Officer Holtzclaw takes a new shift in his pattern. because people exposing their breasts and their vagina to him isn't enough for Officer Holtzclaw anymore. So then he comes into contact with Rosetta Great on April 24th, 2014, and he grows bolder.
Ooh.
Oh
we
my
need our own danger music.
I wonder where they learned to write this shit.
Uh,
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun,
Go to
dun.
bad fiction,
Yeah,
bad
that's what-
fiction academy or whatever.
they missed creative writing in high school and college.
Oh, I think they got creative writing here.
Yeah, true.
And on April 24th, 2014, he finds Rosetta Great. She's walking alone at night in the northeast part of town. She has 7 felony convictions. She admits to him immediately that she's high and that she shouldn't be in that part of town. She tells him she's trying to get home, but she can't because she keeps picking up, as she phrased it to you, dates, meaning prostituting herself on her way home to her residence on Culbertson Drive. He crushes her crack pipe and he drives her home and actually follows her inside the house. And once again, touching her breasts or making her expose her breasts or vagina to him isn't enough for Officer Holtzclaw anymore. Instead, he follows her into the bedroom and he unzips his fly. He pulls his penis out and he tells her, quote, "This is better than county." He puts his penis in her mouth and then he vaginally rapes her. And then just a day later, he comes into contact with Regina Copeland. Regina is driving drunk on the northeast part of town. Officer Holtzclaw does a traffic stop on her, and he actually lets her drive drunk to her relative's house, just following her where he has her get in the back seat of his patrol car. And once Regina Copeland gets in the back seat of his patrol car, he takes her to the bus barn.
To the bus barn. Oh my God.
Okay. Huh.
Oh,
That's interesting.
Jesus.
The area that you visited earlier during this trial, it's at 24th and Martin Luther King. And when he takes her to this secluded location, he makes her bend over in the back seat of his patrol car where he vaginally rapes her. Officer Holtzclaw's habit continues. He continues to take victims to secluded locations where he can sexually assault them. And you see that again on May 7th with Sherry Ellis. The defendant comes across Sherry Ellis once again walking at night in a high crime area on the northeast side of Oklahoma City. She's a convicted felon. Who will believe her? He touches her breasts and vaginal area while he searches her. But then he has her get in the back seat of his patrol car where he finds out that she has an outstanding warrant. And he tells her, "What are we going to do about this?" And what they're going to do about this is Officer Holtzclaw takes her to Creston Heights Elementary School, the abandoned school that you saw whenever we went and visited some of the scenes. And when he takes her to that school, he hops the curb, drives to a secluded area between some trees. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 284, where Sherry Ellis told you the car in State's Exhibit 284 is exactly where Officer Holtzclaw took Sherry Ellis at that school. And when they get in the school, Officer Holtzclaw puts his penis in Sherry Ellis's mouth, and he has her bend over the back seat of his patrol car where he vaginally rapes her. Just a day later, again on May 8th, Officer Holtzclaw comes into contact with convicted felon Terry Morris. She's walking out of Liberty Station Apartments. You already know that that's a drug area. That's the same place where Officer Holtzclaw came into contact with Shardarion Hill. And whenever Officer Holtzclaw comes into contact with Terry Morris, she has a crack pipe. He takes it from her, and then he drives her to State's Exhibit 301, Northeast 24th and Lindsay, another location that you visited while you were touring the scenes. This is the location that's right across from the Oklahoma History Center, except it's late at night. People aren't around. And when they get to that location, Officer Holtzclaw makes Terry Morris expose her breasts and vagina in the same way that he's made other victims do so. What do you have on you? What do you have on? What do you have on here? What do you have down there? Makes her show him her vagina and her breasts. And then, just as he's done with the other victims, he takes his penis out of the zipper of his pants and he makes Terry Morris put it in her mouth. And he continues. On May 21st, Officer Holtzclaw comes across convicted felon Sarita Bowen. She's drunk. She's walking alone. Once again, late at night. Once again, a convicted felon. Once again, the perfect victim for Officer Holtzclaw. And he tells her he'll take her to jail or detox, her choice. But he doesn't take her to either. Instead, he takes her to Dead Man's Curve, a place depicted in State's Exhibit 317, another location that you were able to see last week. And this location is secluded. It's where people throw trash, where they dump things. No one's there. It's completely concealed by trees. And when he takes Sarita Bowen there, he tells her, and I quote, "You're going to have to give me head or ass, or I'm going to take you to jail." And then he takes his penis out of the fly of his patrol pants and puts it in Sarita Bowen's mouth and has her bend over the back seat of his patrol car and vaginally rapes her. 5 days later, on May 26th, 2014, Officer Holtzclaw comes into contact with Carla Johnson. Once again, a multiple-time convicted felon. Once again, walking alone at night. Once again, in a high-crime area. And he keeps saying, once again, "You don't have anything on you, do you? You don't have anything up there, do you?" And then Officer Holtzclaw, even though Carla Johnson told you she came into contact with many other police officers and has never been searched by a male officer, Officer Holtzclaw puts his hands on her breast and then puts his hands inside her pants and panties on her vaginal area.
Okay.
Yep.
I want to pause for just a second. Can you kind of explain what you know or what Daniel's told you about the lack of female officers and the lack of officers in general in his patrol area and why
Okay.
it was difficult?
So there were 2 female officers that may or may not have been on the schedule on any particular day. Ashley Zesker, which she testifies at the trial. And then he couldn't think of I just talked to him about this a week or so ago. He couldn't think of the other female officer's name, which I was going to go through some of those rosters and pick it out for him to refresh his memory. But he said, even though like in the situation where Zesker did come to the Chardarion Hill location when he was arresting her for PCP, it was Ashley that searched her and put the PCP on the car. But that's just not Oklahoma City police officer or police department isn't staffed for that to be an option all the time. Sometimes there's not even a female on shift, so it would, they don't call females out of other areas just to do a consent search. it's just not practical. And they're acting like in this trial that that's the policy and every officer does that, but that's not in fact true.
No, it's the same here, Kay, in the UK. I mean, recently, there's 2 officers on patrol in their car. One will be a female and one will be a male. But if it's 2 males that say pull over a group of kids or whatever and think they've been up to mischief or whatever, the boys will get searched, but the officers will radio for a female officer. And it could be another dispatch car that's got the female officer. So they will radio for the female officer to come, and then the female will search. Because the male police here have had too many times, you know, you're no searching me, you're male, you can't touch me, yeah, and they're the ones that's got maybe the drugs in their bra or something like that, because they know the male officers can't search them. They have to phone for a female officer.
Right.
But
I mean, that's ideal for the United States too, but
it's not always possible.
It doesn't happen. They don't staff it like that to make it. I mean, that's not Daniel's fault that they don't have enough females on staff to. He said if you were doing that the females that are on staff, all they would be doing for their whole shift would be driving from here to here to there to here to search females. Right. That would be a bigger part of their day.
So I think that's why they've started now putting a female officer and a male officer in a patrol car together here, so that there isn't this back and forth, you know, having to radio for the female, and but it does still happen in some instances, you know.
Well, and part of the other problem though that goes with that though, Alice, is that they didn't even have enough staff to double staff their patrol cars. They didn't have, I mean, they just.
Well, it's just not something Oklahoma City really, I can't even think how far you have to go back in history where Oklahoma City officers aren't doing solo patrol. As long as I can remember, I mean, I know in my lifetime it wasn't, people had partners, but it's been a really long time. In my adult life, I can only remember Oklahoma City police officers doing solo patrol. And, you know, we read in some of those documents that some of the emails of Elaine Taylor's that got released that, or Oklahoma City Police Department's emails that got released, we read about them having staffing issues. So we know they were having staffing issues even with solo patrol.
Yeah.
You know, but they didn't have body cams at the time of this fiasco for Daniel, and they do now. So I guess, you know, if someone consents to a search and the body cam's on, then that's the protection. And then, of course, if there's probable cause that they're going to get arrested and you're going to search them before you put them in the back of your unit. Once again.
That's too bad that they didn't have it back in, 7-8 years ago.
Well, and, you know, when they got it, the FOP drug it out for so long trying to negotiate the rules of when the audio has to be on or when the video has to be on.
That's bullshit. It's on or off.
Long that almost their equipment was almost obsolete before they were able to agree and implement it. It was just crap. But they do it now. But you know, we recently had a
short of them going to the damn bathroom. That shit is on.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they're saying personal conversations and whatever. I mean, I listened in on some of those meetings, and it was just complete
Crap.
craziness. Of
Talking about not to change the subject too far, but going back a little bit, and you were talking about earlier about what what lawyers, prosecutors, defense attorneys can say in a closing.
right.
And it would be really Cherie more that could answer this. But as I understand it, and I think it depends on the state, they can recite a cake recipe in their closing if they choose to. They can say pretty much whatever they want because it's not considered actual evidence like somebody giving testimony.
But it seems like prosecutorial misconduct if they
Does
say
to me.
something that's so damaging that
Yeah,
is
I agree.
the facts and evidence completely contradict.
I agree. I think
And
it's
just
total
such
garbage.
an inflammatory statement to the defendant.
I agree. I totally agree with you.
So I don't know. Do you want me to continue?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Then on June 17th, 2014, Officer Holtzclaw once again gets even bolder because one victim per day isn't enough anymore for Officer Holtzclaw. So on June 17th, 2014, he makes contact with 17-year-old Adara Gardner. She's the last victim that you heard from during the course of this trial, but she's the first victim that he makes contact with during his June 17th, 2014 shift. And he runs into her for the second time that night, close to her mother's house. He tells her he's just going to give her a ride home. He's just being a good police officer, helping a juvenile female that he sees out. But instead, what he does whenever they get to her mother's house is he tells her he's going to have to search her. And then he gropes her breasts underneath her top and he sticks his finger inside her vagina. He tells her, I don't want to take you to jail. I don't want to make this hard. Once again, Adara Gardner is a perfect victim for Officer Holtzclaw, a troubled young female that he has something that he can hold over her head. And then he tells her to bend over. Then he vaginally rapes her, asking, and I quote, "Is this the first time you've ever fucked a cop? Am I beating it up?" And he promises her he might come back later. The second victim that Officer Holtzclaw comes into contact with is on June 18th, 2014, during the early morning hours. It's still part of that June 17th, 2014 shift, and it's Kayla Lyles. And Officer Holtzclaw takes Kayla Lyles to a familiar location, Creston Heights Elementary School. The very same place that he took Sherry Ellis, and he makes her expose her breasts and vagina, and he tells her, quote, "I bet that pussy's wet," unquote, and then makes her put his penis in her mouth, makes her bend over the back seat of the patrol car where he vaginally rapes her, just as he's done with the other victims. But Officer Holtzclaw still isn't done yet for his June 17th, 2014 shift, and he gets even bolder. He does a traffic stop on Janie Liggins, but it's different than the rest because the June 18th traffic stop on Janie Liggins is after Officer Holtzclaw's clocked out of his shift. You'll recall that he's a second shift police officer, and they work from the hours of 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. Whenever Officer Holtzclaw makes contact with Janie Liggins, he's left the station, he's done with his duty, he's off for the night. He turns his AVL computer system off at the station. So his computer system isn't on as it is with the other victims. And Janie Liggins isn't in the same area of town where he stopped all those other victims. But Officer Holtzclaw takes a chance anyways. And Officer Holtzclaw makes this traffic stop, and he has Janie Liggins get out of the car. He asks her if she has anything in her bra. Once again and again, he asks, do you have anything on you? Do you have anything in your shirt? And finally, Janie Liggins does just as all the other victims thought that they had no choice to do. She lifts up her shirt, exposing her breasts. He has her sit in his patrol car, where once again he takes his penis out of the fly of his pants and tells her, come on, just for a minute. I just got off work. I'm tired and I don't have all night. And he puts his penis in her mouth. And what Officer Holtzclaw had been counting on for 6 months finally comes to an end, because finally someone comes forward. Finally, Janie Liggins comes forward. But who will believe these women, and who will care? Mr. Gigger told you during voir dire, as did the judge, that what the state has to do in this case is we have to prove the elements of the crime that Officer Holtzclaw is charged with, to do our job and to prove them beyond a reasonable doubt. So I've separated the crimes by victim. You've heard the judge read several jury instructions to you. I'm just going to take a chance to talk with you about a few of them, specifically the ones that go over the elements of the crime. Instruction number 8 goes over the elements for sexual battery. These are the victims who are, well, with who Officer Holtzclaw is charged with committing sexual battery against. Shardarion Hill, whenever he touched her breast 3 times in her hospital room. Tabitha Barnes, when he touched her breasts on February 27, 2014. Florine Mathis, when he touched her breasts on either March 25th or April 14th of 2014. Sherry Ellis, when he touched her breasts and her vaginal area on May 7th, 2014. Carla Johnson, whenever he touched her breast and vaginal area on May 26, 2014, and Adara Gardner when he touched her breasts on her front porch on June 17, 2014. So instruction 8 tells you the elements that the state has to prove for each of those crimes. As I said, you'll have a chance to look at these in the jury deliberation room. However, I'm just going to go briefly over the instructions with you. There's 2 sets of instructions that you'll see. One is a 6-element instruction, and one is a 7-element instruction. The first instruction says the defendant intentionally, he did it on purpose, touched, felt, or mauled whenever he used his hands to touch the skin of those victims or over the clothes on the body parts of those victims in a lewd and lascivious manner. Lewd and lascivious is defined for you later in the instructions, but what it means is conduct which is lustful, which indicates a sexual purpose of some nature. So he did it for some type of sexual purpose, not as a doctor who examines someone in a reasonable way might be not lewd and lascivious. In this case, certainly Officer Holtzclaw's actions were lewd and lascivious. For the body or private parts, so in the victims I've just read off to you, we have either their breast area or their vaginal area, both of which would constitute body or private parts under the instruction. Of a person 16 years of age or older, well, you've heard testimony from Adara Gardner. She was the youngest and she was 17. Everyone else in this case is over 16 years of age. And then the 6th element is without their consent. So they didn't want this to happen. I submit to you that for all of these victims, the state has done its duty and proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Officer Holtzclaw has committed sexual battery against all of them, using that first section of elements. However, you can also consider, and if in your deliberation, if you find that conduct with these victims fits either of them beyond a reasonable doubt, you can convict for sexual battery. But the second set of instructions says, first, a municipal employee of a municipality, you know that Officer Holtzclaw was an Oklahoma City police officer. Second, intentionally, meaning on purpose. Third, touched, felt, or mauled. And fourth, in a lewd and lascivious manner. Fifth, the body or private parts. Just as I told you earlier, all of the testimony with respect to these victims shows that Officer Holtzclaw touched her breasts and vaginal area with a sexual purpose in mind and on purpose. Sixth, of a person 16 years or older. Seventh, who was under the legal custody, supervision, or authority of the municipality of Oklahoma. Now, I want you to kind of draw a distinction. I want to kind of draw a distinction for you here. Whenever Officer Holtzclaw came into contact with Shardarian Hill on December 20th, 2013, Shardarian Hill was under arrest. She was handcuffed. She was later booked into the county jail, just as you've heard testimony of. For these victims, Tabitha Barnes, Florine Mathis, Sherry Ellis, Carla Johnson, and Adara Gardner, they were under detention. They were still under the supervision of Officer Holtzclaw, just not under arrest. But that seventh element was under the legal custody, supervision, or authority would still fit those because none of those victims were free to leave Officer Holtzclaw's presence whenever Officer Holtzclaw came into contact with him on the dates whenever he committed sexual battery against them.
Pause really quick. I disagree with that. I mean, it doesn't matter, but
well, he says in his deposition that not Shardarian Hill, but the other people who he asked permission to search, all they had to do was say, am I under arrest or am I free to go?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
what crime have you suspect me of committing? Mm-hmm. Or what did you think I was getting ready to do? Or what did you see me doing?
As he says, you know, they can tell him to go pound sand.
Yeah. So that's just another bullshit line in here. Just thought I'd bring that up.
Well,
okay.
I mean, I think we all know that we don't know if we're under someone's supervision until we ask if we're free to leave.
Right.
So how the hell would they know if they were free to leave or not? They never asked.
They didn't ask. Yep.
They just say they were. I mean, this is classic Gigger.
Yeah. Well, and you know, he, to my knowledge, he never told any of them that other than Shardarian Hill that they were under any kind of a You know, he wasn't detaining any of them, with the exception probably of Adara.
The first time,
yes, the first time that she was under detention, you know, she was being detained. But other than that, you know, none of them were detained.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Would they have been detained? He's stopping them for a loud dispute, and then he finds out through talking to each of them that the guy's trying to pimp him out.
Right.
I mean, I know that what he was concerned with on that was the minor in the presence of these two older adults who have a history.
Yeah.
Especially Face.
Right.
With his gang affiliations and drug charges and such. We saw, and Daniel knew that because he used Varuna to to search his background like he did. Well, like every police officer uses Varuna.
Right. Right.
Um,
Okay. All right. Carry
So,
on.
under either theory, the state has proven its case to you with respect to those victims in that count. The second element of the instruction I want to talk to you about is procuring lewd exhibition. And you'll find the elements in that in jury instruction number 9. Procuring lewd exhibition is alleged to have occurred with these victims, Tabitha Barnes, whenever he made her expose her breasts and vaginal area to him on March 25th, 2014. Carla Rains, when he made her expose her breasts to him on March 25th, 2014. Terry Morris, whenever he made her expose her breasts and vaginal area to him on May 8th, 2014. Kayla Lyles, when he made her expose her breasts and vaginal area to him at Creston Heights Elementary School on June 18th, 2014. I like how she slipped in Creston Heights Elementary School in there. And Janie Liggins, who he made expose her breast to him on June 18th, 2014. And what the state has to prove there is 4 elements. Willfully, meaning on purpose, he did it on purpose. Second, procuring any person may be getting someone to do something. Third, to expose herself to the public view or the view of any number of persons. What that means is just the fact that Officer Holtzclaw saw those private areas of these victims as enough. It doesn't have to be 2 people or 3 people or 10 people. 1 person is enough to meet that definition of this crime. And fourth, for the purpose of sexual stimulation of the viewer. Officer Holtzclaw did this because it's what he wanted to see, because he was sexually stimulated by using his power to make people show their private parts to him. The state has proven each element of procuring lewd exhibition with respect to those victims to you. Instruction number 10 applies to just one victim, and that's Tabitha Barnes. Within instruction 10, you'll see the elements for burglary in the first degree. Officer Holtzclaw committed the crime of burglary in the first degree against Tabitha Barnes whenever he entered Tabitha Barnes' house on March 25th, 2014, without permission and was trying, and did in fact get her to expose her body to his view on that day. That's whenever he made her expose her breasts and vaginal area to him. Instruction 10 defines the elements for that crime. The first element is breaking. Breaking is defined for you in the second instruction. It just means any act of physical force, however slight, by which obstructions to entering are removed. So what that means is whenever Officer Holtzclaw came up to the door of Tabitha Barnes' house at 1530 Northeast 15th Street, depicted for you in State's Exhibit 152, and which you also drove by last week, Officer Holtzclaw committed the element of breaking whenever he used physical force just by merely opening that door and going inside. Door was open. Now I want to be clear for you on that element. Terry Williams told you that whenever he was asleep in the house, whenever Officer Holtzclaw entered, that he wouldn't have gone to sleep in that house if the door hadn't been closed. Tabitha Barnes told you that whenever she left that house, it was her habit to always close the door, and her daughter Ariana Barnes told her the same thing. The second element of burglary in the first degree is entering. That just means that you go inside the house. Entering is also defined for you in instruction number 11. It says an entry occurs when any part of a person's body is within the dwelling. Well, you know, Officer Holtzclaw's body was in the dwelling because he went and had a conversation with Terry Williams whenever he entered that house, telling him that he better not see him over there anymore. The third element is a dwelling. You know that it's a house. You could see it in State's Exhibit 152. The fourth element is of another. That house belonged to Tabitha Barnes. It didn't belong to Officer Holtzclaw to do as he pleased in. Fifth, in which a human is present. That's that testimony that you heard from Terry Williams, that he was inside the house whenever Officer Holtzclaw made entry into it and whenever Officer Holtzclaw began to hassle Terry Williams. And sixth, with intent to commit some crime therein. You'll see another instruction later on that tells you that the crime doesn't have to actually occur. There just has to be intent on the part of Officer Holtzclaw to commit a crime.
But how can you prove that? Bothers me, because how can you prove intent? You can't prove intent. So
Well,
I just
come on, Rhonda, he's ramping up and getting bolder and bolder.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, you're
Well,
right.
you
You're
know,
right.
he's bold.
Yeah, he's getting braver and bolder and more risky.
But why are you trying to be so logical for?
God,
Come on.
Rhonda,
I know.
you know he's bold.
I know. What was that, Cherie?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I don't, they can't prove it for Daniel because he wasn't gonna do anything. I mean, I don't even know if he went in, but if he did, it wasn't for evil intent. But like if somebody goes in with, I can't think of anything yet, something that they take in with them to commit a felony. I don't know, a gun, and they're gonna go in and shoot somebody. They could something like that, maybe. But
yeah.
Well, he did go in. He actually called it in and called headquarters to let them know he was going in.
That's what burglars usually do. So
yeah.
People that are
just like serial rapists usually put themselves out on a subject at some such and such, so that everyone knows to come on, swing by if you want to see me rape this person.
Yep, exactly.
Wow. It's not funny, but wow,
it's
not, so ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
When you break it down, that's what their logic appears to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's also probably a good thing to say here. Just looking in our little chat, thinking about when prosecutors and defense attorneys get up and give their closing, that jury members don't necessarily even. I think that most of the time a judge will give an instruction that about what a closing is, but I don't think they always understand that what these people are saying is not necessarily the truth. They take it as the truth, right?
Yeah, he tells him it's not to be considered as evidence, but you don't tell somebody something and then tell them to forget what you heard. How does the brain do that?
Well, when you take elements of this alleged crime, put people up to for testimony, blah blah blah, and then that's all done, and now we're into the phase of, well, the lawyers just get to talk and give you their story, and they start talking about these various crimes that allegedly happen, and they add and twist things that aren't true to what these people heard earlier that wasn't true either. And it's ridiculous. Yeah, I just don't agree with it. I don't think that lawyers on either side should be able to say anything that's not proven.
Here's the thing, especially in a case like this, which I've said this a million times, is basically 13 cases all in one. I mean, just think about Elaine Taylor's testimony in Adara Gardner's section of the trial. Just think how confusing that was to jurors And
Absolutely.
they're at the end. They've heard all these 13 different women, different locations, different allegations, different things that Officer Holtzclaw said to them. And I try to put myself in a juror's place, because when I was trying to absorb all the facts of Daniel's case, it was so stressful because I couldn't keep it organized in my head, because it's, a couple women are at the same location, a couple other women that are at a different location that's the same location, and then there are random changing stories, which I guess the jury didn't actually. Well, I guess we'll see. Scott Adams hopefully brought up those changing stories in his cross, but we all know we've absorbed this case as much as we can by now, but it wasn't easy, and it didn't happen in 6 weeks. I'm 2 years still questioning myself about
this
things,
this stuff went on for months and months. And then
Yes.
add to that, you have Kim Davis and Bullwinkle.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Carry on.
You know that whenever he came into contact with her on March 25th, 2014, the day of this burglary, he made her expose himself to him. Expose her breasts and her vaginal area, which was his whole purpose in going over to her house on March 25th, 2014. And that meets the element of which intent to commit some crimes therein. Instruction number 12 is the crime of stalking. It has several elements: willfully, maliciously, and repeatedly following or harassed another person. This crime to Tabitha Barnes. He went to Tabitha Barnes' house on 3 separate occasions. February 27th, when he first made contact with her. March 25th, when he committed the burglary in her home and also made her expose herself to him. And then he went by the next day on March 26, 2014, but she wouldn't let him in her house. He just told her, "You still have those warrants," making sure that Tabitha Barnes knew that he still had that over her head. So whenever Officer Holtzclaw repeatedly went over and hassled Tabitha Barnes, repeatedly sexually assaulted her, this constitutes willfully, maliciously, and repeatedly harassing Tabitha Barnes.
Mix it up. You probably just put it on top. No, I didn't know that.
Someone's unmuted. With little kids that know things.
That was me. Let me close. I'll have them close the door.
Well, can we go back and hear the end of that?
What you said?
No.
Or what the kids were saying? No. Okay.
She wants to hear a fight. She wants to hear a fight. Come on.
Hey, that little dude sounded like he's getting bolder.
Yeah, he's getting bolder, all right.
Pretty damn serious too.
He's about to be 10 years old next week. So he's getting bold. 11, I mean. He's about to be, even bolder, 11.
Yeah. And
Okay,
then
sorry.
the remaining elements in a manner that would cause a reasonable person to feel frightened, intimidated, threatened, harassed, or molested, and actually cause the person being followed or harassed to feel terrorized, frightened, intimidated, threatened, harassed, or molested. Well, you know that Tabitha Barnes felt that way because she told you. He just kept coming over. I didn't know what else to do. She moved to get away from Officer Holtzclaw, continually coming over to her house. The state has proven the crime of stalking with respect to Tabitha Barnes beyond a reasonable doubt. to you. The next crime for your consideration is forcible oral sodomy. And those are the victims that Officer Holtzclaw committed the crime of forcible oral sodomy against. He put his penis in the mouth of Shardarion Hill on December 20th, Rosetta Great on April 24th, Sherry Ellis on May 7th, Terry Morris on May 8th, Sarita Bowen on May 21st, Kayla Lyles on June 18th, and Janie Liggins on June 18th. Instruction number 14 defines for you the elements of forcible oral sodomy. First, you have to have penetration of the mouth of the victim by the penis of the defendant. Each of these victims told you that the defendant's penis went inside their mouth. Those three elements are met. And this is another instruction similar to the sexual battery instruction that has two alternative theories. Once again, if you find the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of either of these theories, he's guilty of forcible oral sodomy. And those two theories are, fourth, either which is accompanied by means of force or violence, or threats of force or violence that are accompanied by the apparent power of execution. With the victims below, Shardarion Hill, Rosetta Great, Terry Morris, Sarita Bowen, Kayla Lyles, and Janie Liggins, the defendant put his penis in their mouth while they were at a secluded location. He's an officer. He's wearing his gun. He has his badge, and they felt like they had no other choice but to do that. He forced himself upon them by using his power as an Oklahoma City police officer. Shardarion Hill fits the second theory, as do the rest of the victims, because just as we discussed with sexual battery, the crime was committed by a municipal employee. Officer Holtzclaw was an Oklahoma City police officer. Upon a person who was under the legal custody, supervision, or authority of a municipality of Oklahoma. Shardarion Hill was under arrest whenever the defendant committed the crime of forcible oral sodomy against her. And Rosetta Great and the victims named below her were all under the detention of Officer Holtzclaw whenever he committed this crime. The next crime for your consideration is the crime of rape in the first degree. These victims are all the victims. These victims are all the victims that are charged, are all of the victims that the state has charged Officer Holtzclaw with raping in the first degree. Rosetta Great on April 24th, Regina Copeland on April 25th, Sherry Ellis on May 7th, Sarita Bowen on May 21st, Adara Gardner on June 17th, and Kayla Lyles on June 18th. And the elements for rape in the first degree are in instruction number 15. Sexual intercourse is the first element. Well, sexual intercourse is later defined for you that it's actual penetration of the vagina by the penis. All of those victims testified that the defendant's penis penetrated their vagina. The second element is with the person who's not a spouse of the defendant. That's a gimme. You know that Officer Holtzclaw is not married to any of those women. And third, where force or violence was used against the victim, or where force or violence was threatened against the victim, and the defendant has the apparent power to carry out the threat of force or violence.
What's
All
a
of these,
gimme?
huh?
What's a gimme?
It's a gimme, man. It's just like, that's a given. It's everybody knows that. That's an easy one.
Okay.
You know, without knowing everything that Galen Gigger and the state did, how do they explain how Officer Holtzclaw went from being a normal cop doing his job to this raging maniac.
Well, he was ramping up, you know.
With what? There's
Well, I
nothing
mean, he was getting all heady with his power and shit.
Yeah. Weren't you paying
With
attention at the beginning, Jack?
Come on, Jack. You know, heady
I
with
was.
power.
I
Heady
was,
with
but
the power in the broad daylight. In the
I was. I was, but that I'm sorry, that doesn't help me at all. I mean, if I was a juror, I'm again, I'd be on fire. My hair would be roasting.
well,
How do you go
hopefully it
from
would be, but
yeah. Well, apparently then those
I mean,
jurors thought that
apparently
way.
there were some jurors who didn't want to convict him and didn't believe it, but I guess they were.
Scared.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I wish we knew. I wish jurors would listen
forward.
back or read through these transcripts again and hear some of the refuting evidence. I mean, I wish they would try to sort it out, even if it took 2 years, like it took me to figure out all the facts of the case
Yeah.
and come forward. I mean, they have placed an innocent man in prison for the rest of his life.
2 or 3 lifetimes.
Yeah. Several lifetimes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'll just look at the thousands of people. I'm not old, but I'm not a young man either. I've known thousands of people, I've supervised thousands of people. And I don't say that as a brag. I say it as a being around people and understanding out of all those people. And I mean, and I didn't necessarily track everyone, but those that have come your way, if they've done something after they've left, your facility or whatever, normally you hear about it one way or another. And I can tell you very few. It's a very small percentage that I ever came in contact with that went on to do something pretty awful. Actually, thinking about it now, I can only probably think of 3 over 25, 28 years of being in the industry that I was in. It to me, it's just it doesn't add up. It doesn't work because I don't know the case like you guys do, but I know it well enough to understand who Daniel was as a person. And there's nothing in his past, nothing that even approaches anything like this at all.
Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, in the beginning of the trial, I think, you're going to see that other than Scott Adams' cross-examination, there's not a defense. There's not a defense case that gets put on. There's only one witness for the defense, and that's Carrie Hunt, his girlfriend. I think Scott Adams really believed that the jury would see through this. What he didn't count on was what the temperature was.
Yeah, what was going on outside the courtroom? Yeah, it was bad. That's what I'm saying. They convict out of fear.
Yeah, it's not going to be a popular in summer. Well, especially by the time this goes to trial in late 2015.
Right, and it was the problems all over the country.
Oh my God! If you wanted to stand up against someone who's a cop, a white cop accused of violence on Black citizens,
yeah,
you are not. You're going to get canceled. You're going to get
killed.
Face some wrath. When I started standing up against it, I started getting death threats and like these horrible, horrible messages from people.
I believe it.
Of what they're going to do to me and what they like, who I am and what they think. It's like, okay. They couldn't even open their mind to a conversation to hear
anything.
any facts of the case. They took, like, for gospel, what they heard on
On the
what they
media.
read in the newspaper, what they heard on the news, what they heard on Crime Watch Daily, what they heard on some of those other channels. I can't think right now what the worst one was that Crump got on and talked about something about Adara Gardner's panties and
Oh,
DNA
yeah.
being on the panties of a 16-year-old. Like, that isn't even any, that's not even in the case. There are
Yeah.
no panties, there's no DNA on panties.
And she was
It's just
17.
inflammatory for an audience that is hungry for that kind of drama.
Right.
Sure.
Right.
Anyway, well, I got all fired up.
It's not hard.
Jesus.
Okay.
Where am I actually? Does anyone know?
That's,
Like 19 or 22?
yeah, I think 19.
And third, where force or violence was used against the victim, or where force or violence was threatened against the victim and the defendant had the apparent power to carry out the threat of force or violence. All of these victims, just like we talked about in the forcible oral sodomy instruction, were taken to secluded locations by the defendant. They were alone. There was no one to help them. There was a police officer who had power over them at the time, who was wearing a gun at the time, and they had nothing but to succumb to what Officer Holtzclaw wanted them to do. The next crime is a rape in the second degree by instrumentation. The two victims of that crime by Officer Holtzclaw are Shardarion Hill and Adara Gardner. Officer Holtzclaw put his fingers inside the vagina of Shardarion Hill on December 20th, 2013, and he put his fingers in the vagina of Adara Gardner on June 17th, 2014. The elements of that crime are contained within instruction number 17. The elements are: first, the person penetrated the vagina; second, of any victim; third, of the part of the human body other than the penis. Well, just as I told you, those elements are met when those victims told you that Officer Holtzclaw penetrated their vagina with his finger or fingers. The fourth victim of the first theory, this is another one with double theories, is that it was without the victim's consent, and that where force or violence was used or threatened, accompanied by apparent power of execution with the victim or another person. With Adara Gardner, she's on the front porch of her house. She's 17 years old. No one is around to help her. And the defendant is telling her, we can do this the hard way, but I don't want to. I don't want to have to take you to jail. I don't want to do this the hard way. And so Officer Holtzclaw uses his power as an Oklahoma City police officer to force her to let him penetrate her vagina with his fingers. The second theory is similar to the sexual battery and forcible oral sodomy instructions. It says that the defendant was an employee of the municipality. Once again, he's an officer. Second, who penetrated the vagina. Third, of a person who was under the legal custody of the municipality that employed the defendant. Once again, Shardarion Hill fits those elements because she was under the arrest of the defendant. Adara Gardner also does because she was detained by the defendant. She wasn't free to leave. And the final crime, indecent exposure. It's in instruction number 18. Indecent exposure was committed against Shardarion Hill by Officer Holtzclaw, and that happened on January 8, 2014, whenever Officer Holtzclaw drove in his personal vehicle to Shardarion Hill's house, and then Shardarion Hill went and met him in the driveway of the neighbor who lived immediately next to her house. And whenever she got in his personal vehicle, which she described to you, Officer Holtzclaw exposed his penis to her and asked her to perform oral sex on him. Shardarion Hill refused. The elements of indecent exposure are willfully. Once again, that means on purpose. The second element is in a lewd manner. Third, exposed his penis. Fourth, in a public place or place where there were present other persons to be offended or annoyed by, to be offended or annoyed thereby. The fourth element just means that there's a person there beside Officer Holtzclaw who can be offended by the fact that his penis is outside of the fly of his pants. Shardarion Hill very clearly testified to all four elements of the crime of indecent exposure. And the state's proven those beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, pause for a second. Kay, are you ready for a break?
Whatever.
It's up to you if you want to keep reading, or I mean, you're on a roll. You sound great.
I'm happy to keep reading. If someone else wants to read, I can pass it on as well.
Okay, Alice, do you want to? I don't know how much is left of her rambling bullshit, but Alice, do you want to take a little turn, or I mean, you don't have to.
No, Kate's doing fine. I'll let Kate carry on.
Okay.
What you have to look to is the credibility of the victims in this case and the circumstantial evidence that's been presented to you as well. You'll find an instruction number 21. Well, instruction number 23 tells you about circumstantial evidence. It says that it's proof of facts which give rise to other facts that show the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Here in this case, the strongest circumstantial evidence with each of these victims is the defendant's conduct as a police officer that just doesn't make sense. It wasn't what he was taught to do by the police department, as you repeatedly heard from Detective Gregory and Detective Davis, and it just doesn't make sense. And whenever I talk to you about that, I also want to tell you about instruction number 21, which the judge read to you, which tells you that you can reach conclusions which reason and common sense lead you to draw from the facts, which you find to be established by the testimony. So what that means is, whenever you consider the actions of Officer Holtzclaw, use your common sense to think, does this make sense that he would do that for any legitimate purpose as a police officer? And with each victim, Officer Holtzclaw does things that don't make sense as a police officer. And I want to just go over a few of those with you. When Officer Holtzclaw makes contact with Shardarion Hill and arrests her, he calls her mother on his personal cell phone. Does that make sense that a police officer would do that? Well, I mean, does it make sense that she wouldn't tell her mom, hey, I'm being sexually assaulted by this police officer up here in the emergency room? What's he going to do? Piss her. Have any of you ever made a call on a police officer's personal cell phone whenever they've arrested you or detained you? He doesn't list her city tickets whenever he books her into the county jail. Just on that exhibit that I showed you earlier, does that make sense that he wouldn't do that except for the reason that Shardarion Hill told you he did that, which was to make her bond cheap so she wouldn't tell, so she would continue to have this Facebook and phone relationship with him? And let's talk about the Facebook contact and the phone contact. Does that seem reasonable that an Oklahoma City police officer has 3 months of Facebook contact with someone they've arrested for a crime and try to talk about the case with them? Officer Holtzclaw is a witness in the case against Shardarion Hill. And to text her, and you look through the phone records, it states Exhibit 145, pages and pages showing the text messages between Shardarion Hill and Officer Holtzclaw. Does that make sense unless he was still trying, as you see evidenced in the Facebook messages, trying to maintain contact with Shardarion Hill so he can continually force her to perform sexual favors for him using his power as an Oklahoma City police officer? And then finally going to Shardarion Hill's house while he's off duty. Shardarion Hill knew what the make and model of his car was. You saw phone tower data that showed you that he was in the area of Shardarion Hill's house on January 8th, 2014. What police officer goes to the personal house that they've arrested just to do personal business, not anything related to their law enforcement function? Then Tabitha Barnes. He enters her house with no justification whatsoever. Now on the CAD call, which I'm not going to pull up for you at this time to look at, but you'll have it. You'll have it in the deliberation room. He tells the dispatcher that he's going in the house because it's a known drug house and the door is open. But the only evidence of that statement is from Officer Holtzclaw to the dispatcher. There's no other evidence that Tabitha Barnes' house was a drug house. There's no other evidence that that door was open. And then whenever he goes into her house, a house that he knows already Tabitha Barnes lives at with her children, he finds Terry Williams, who he ran on CIU and Varuna, who he knows is a convicted sex offender, and he doesn't make any inquiry of that. He doesn't try to find out whether Terry Williams is able to live with children. He doesn't make a report because he knows if he makes a report, people are going to come and ask questions, and maybe Tabitha Barnes is going to tell someone about what's happening. And then you heard testimony from Tabitha Barnes and from Detective Gregory. Tabitha Barnes had active warrants for that entire month that Officer Holtzclaw came into contact with her. And other than threatening her with them and holding them over her head, he did absolutely nothing about them. That's circumstantial evidence of the defendant's intent with respect to these victims. It's circumstantial evidence, and it's common sense that it doesn't make any sense. With Rosetta Great, when he takes her home, he just walks into her house. Well, once again, you've seen the CAD call with respect to that. That's where Officer Holtzclaw calls into the dispatcher to let them know what he's doing. He goes into a house that he's never been to before. It's at nighttime. He doesn't know who's in that house or what they're doing in that house. If there's someone with a gun, if there's criminal activity going on in that house. And he doesn't tell a soul that he's going inside, which is a horrible common sense decision for anyone to do, especially a police officer. It makes no sense unless Officer Holtzclaw doesn't want someone to know that he's gone in that house because of what Rosetta Great told you happened to her inside that house. Regina Copeland, he follows a drunk driver to another location. That's all common sense. What police officer would let someone who they knew was drunk continue to drive on the road and just follow them? What if they have a wreck? It's going to be on Officer Holtzclaw. But once again, Officer Holtzclaw wants to be able to use that to hold over Regina Copeland's head to allow him to vaginally rape her. And then with Sherry Ellis, he took her to this Creston Heights Elementary School. With Terry Morris, he took her all around town. What? Okay. With Sarita Bowen, he took her to Dead Man's Curve. With Adara Gardner, he took her to her house, and Kayla Lyles to Creston Heights Elementary School. What these victims all share in common is that Officer Holtzclaw did not tell a soul that he was taking these women to a secondary location. Just another thing that doesn't make any sense. You've heard again and again Detective Davis and Detective Gregory testifying to you that any officer is supposed to let dispatch know if they're transporting someone, and especially if they're transporting someone of the opposite sex. Officer Holtzclaw doesn't do that. Well, I think he does. And with Sarita Bowen, not only does he not tell dispatch that he's transporting her, there's not even a CAD call or an activity log referencing their contact together. He just doesn't report it at all. And then with Adara Gardner, he makes a phone call at 10:42 p.m. at night to her mother to ask for Adara Gardner. Not to say, "Hi, I'm Officer Holtzclaw. I'm here to make sure that your daughter's okay," or to check on your daughter's whereabouts at 10:42 at night. No, he calls her mother saying, "I'm looking for Adara." Common sense to know that a police officer isn't going to call someone that late for no reason. And second, to know that he's going to ask for their mother, not for the juvenile. And then whenever Amanda Gates curses him out and hangs up the phone, you know from the AVL records that Officer Holtzclaw is just sitting right outside their house. Well, if it's such an emergency that he has to call after 10 at night, wouldn't he go and knock on the door? But he doesn't. Common sense tells you that he's doing just what he told Adara he would do. Try to see her later. And that's what he was doing that night. That's so irritating to hear this shit like this.
It really is. And she just gets to ramble on and say whatever shit she wants to.
I mean, isn't more common sense that if you want to make contact with someone's parent to fill them in on who their daughter's been hanging out with that day, that at 10:42 at night, you would call them first before you just knock on their door and startle the shit out of them?
I can't tell you how many phone calls I received from law enforcement when my boys were teenagers. And I never had none of them ever knocked on my door. They always called me, told me, "Come and get your kid."
Yeah.
So,
Well,
in that sense.
Yeah,
But
I've been alerted that the police were bringing my daughter to my house.
uh-huh.
making sure I was there so they could talk to me. So it's not, I mean, he obviously, from making contact with Adara the second time right around the corner and asking her if her mom was home, and she said, yeah, she might be. So he takes her around the corner. Of course, her mom isn't home yet. So he knows what the driveway looks like. He knows what cars are there or aren't there.
And her meat truck wasn't there. So
Yeah, her meat truck wasn't there. So when he drives back by and sees that, oh, now her meat truck is there.
yeah.
The common sense to me is that he's going to call and say, hey, can I talk to you?
Yeah.
And she doesn't give him that chance because she cusses him out and hangs up on him.
Yeah.
Because I think Adara pulled her chain when she got home, just messing with her.
Yeah.
Just trying to like get a little dig in by letting her know that, hey, I met a really hot cop today and we're going to go on dates. And he's going to call me and he's sexy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Just
sure her
just
mom
to kind
was.
of piss her mom off. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Lost again.
I think line 5.
Now it's the state's burden to prove to you all of these charges that we've gone over the elements of. And the defendant has no burden at all. And the burden never shifts from the state's table to the defense's table. But what I do want you to know whenever you go back to that deliberation room is that you have heard absolutely no evidence to justify any of Holtzclaw's actions with any of these victims. Why he didn't do any of the things that I've talked to you about just now. And that leaves the last consideration for you, which is why I believe these 13 women. There's an instruction on credibility of witnesses. It's instruction number 34. It goes over all the things that you can look to determine whether or not you think a witness is telling the truth. Has a laundry list of items. 2, I want you to pay special attention to. The first is the opportunity of knowing the matters about which the witness has testified. That one is extremely important. How would all of these victims who were taken to separate locations know where the defendant went in his patrol car unless they were with him? Well, because you fuckers would show him the AVL and help him out, because these women couldn't remember. We had to help them. Remember that? Remember Detective Davis saying that?
Yep. How many of them did she say? Well, she misremembered, or she made a mistake. Oh, okay. So you
can only say when she's not telling the truth.
Yeah.
Not telling the truth equals misremembered.
Yep.
Sarita Bowen would have no way to know that he went to Dead Man's Curve unless he took her there. Kayla Lyles and Sherry Ellis would have no way to know that he went to Creston Heights Elementary School unless he took them there. Terry Morris would have no way of knowing that the defendant drove by this field that you saw at 33rd and Phillips and stopped his car briefly unless he took her by there. And that's a reason to give all of these victims credibility. Because why would they know that unless it happened? Why would all of the victims have just randomly guessed, if they were making this up, correctly, the defendant's way of doing things? Because as I've recited the facts to you of each victim, I'm sure you've noticed all of the things that the defendant had in common with all of these victims. The way he never said directly, show me your breasts or show me your vagina. It was always, do you have anything on you? just repeatedly asking, urging the victim to show their breast to him and their vaginal area to him, but never directly telling them. The way that the victims described to you that the defendant would always have them bend over the back seat of his patrol car when he vaginally raped them. The way that the defendant would always pull his penis through the fly of his pants, leaving his pants intact and his gun belt on whenever he both raped them or put his penis in their mouth. All of the victims tell, unbeknownst to them, a similar way that Officer Holtzclaw chooses to sexually assault his victims. Well, yeah, by the time it finally gets to trial, but when you go back and look at the police reports and the testimony and preliminary hearing, their stories have to evolve
Yeah.
to a point where they're all get to say in the same thing by trial.
Yes.
I mean, I guess we'll see if Scott Adams points that out when it's happening as we finish up the end of this transcript and then go start at the beginning.
Yeah.
The other thing I want you to consider with respect to credibility is the candor, fairness, intelligence, and demeanor of the witnesses. Well, first of all, did any of the 13 women seem happy to be here?
Oh,
Seem
jeez.
ecstatic to put Officer Holtzclaw away? And I just want you to consider their ability to, once again, remember not only the locations wherever Officer Holtzclaw took them, but also the specific sex acts that he performed on them, and tell them consistently over and over again over a year period of time. Their ability to remember corroborating evidence that happened whenever they were with Officer Holtzclaw, like Carla Johnson, who remembered that she called Victor Wilson after she came into contact with Officer Holtzclaw. And lo and behold, there's phone records to support what she says. Like Shardarion Hill, who remembered about the Facebook messages and the text messages, and you saw that they did exist. Like Adara Gardner and the message with her mom. And did any of these witnesses, the 13 women that have come in here and testified, seem like, could you coach Sarita Bowen? Could you coach Terry Morris into making something up and her be consistent in telling you over and over? Well, apparently, you guys just didn't record that part. So
Why would a prosecutor even say that?
you can definitely coach Terry Morris if you get her arrested and let her sit in the county jail for a week before you go have another go at her.
Sure.
Well, that's a gimme.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question before we move on. Did they show at length any of the interrogation videos with Davis and to the jury, Davis and Bullwinkle?
I'm not sure. I'm assuming that they did Shardarion Hills. That's a good question. When someone else is reading the next part, I'll go back and look at the exhibits and see how many were used. But I do know that Shardarion Hill in Bates' podcast, he says that when it came to a point in the trial when the interview with Shardarion Hill was over and they were walking out, and Hill basically gives the best exculpatory evidence for Holtzclaw by saying, even if he didn't rape nobody or nothing, he's still getting in contact with women that he's arrested or whatever she says. So they had to go have an in-camera hearing about that. So I know at least her. I have a hard time believing that they're going to do Terry Morris because it's obvious that her interview starts after she's already been coached through the story a couple times.
Yeah.
Because Gregory even says, okay, but just tell me again because I'm trying to catch it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'll look that up while whoever's reading Adam's part.
It-
Let's see. And then some of the ladies, namely Florine Mathis, Carla Johnson, Derek Gardner, and Kayla Lyles, all had multiple contacts with this officer. But they're not saying that something inappropriate happened with him every time they came into contact with him. I mean, if they were trying to get him in trouble or trying to gain something for themselves, it would be certainly be easy to say the first time he came into contact with me, he did this. The second time he came into contact with me, he did that. And they're not making it the worst that they could make it. We have a number of different allegations in this case, as you can see with the time that it took to go over the elements. Not every single victim is alleging that he committed rape in the first degree. They alleged acts that are less severe than that. Some of them are also alleging that, but if they were making it up, it'd be easier to make it the worst possible scenario. But at the end of the day, to believe that the defendant is innocent of all these charges, you have to believe the 13 women independently decided that they were going to ruin Officer Holtzclaw's life. Is that what you have to believe? You have to believe that they were able to come up with a story and stick with it for a year, which they didn't do. And you have to believe that these 13 women, almost all of whom have multiple contacts with law enforcement, were able to peg him and were able to peg the exact location where he took them. And you have to believe that Officer Holtzclaw's actions in taking the victims from the locations makes any type of sense within his official capacity. And you have to believe the victims were able to make up a story that just happened to match phone records, that just happened to match times that they told other people about what had happened to them, and just happened to match DNA testing with respect to the case of Derek Gardner, who the day that those pants are taken from Officer Holtzclaw, they just happened to have Derek Gardner's DNA right where Officer Holtzclaw's penis was. The penis that he had put into Derek Gardner. And none of that makes any sense. What does make sense from the evidence presented is that Officer Holtzclaw used his badge and his position of public trust to victimize some of the most vulnerable members of our society for 6 months. And with each passing month during that 6-month period of time, you saw he became more vile and more blatant in the way that he sexually assaulted these women. And while it's absolutely easy, as you've seen done during this trial again and again, to blame the victims or to harp on them for their life choices, their felony convictions, their warrants or civil cases that they may or may not have against Officer Holtzclaw. That is exactly why Officer Holtzclaw targeted these women, because he was counting on the fact that no one would believe them and that no one would care. But I submit to you, when you look at the entirety of the evidence of all 13 victims taken together and Officer Holtzclaw's actions, it's impossible to deny the truth. And I ask you to return the only verdict based on the evidence and find the defendant guilty. Thank you, Your Honor. Woohoo!
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So right now we'll take a little bit of a break, but yeah, they're going to take a recess, I believe, for a little bit before Mr. Adams comes on the scene. But yeah, It's really, really, really irritating to listen to this. Well, and can I just say she sounds a little almost uneducated. I mean, I know that's
Almost. She does.
almost. She just doesn't. It's like she didn't practice her closing argument at all. Oh gosh. Anyway.
Hey,
Yes, and
what
that's-
other way could the women know the route if they weren't there? Uh,
Yeah.
like what other way? There's an I can.
There's just
Can
no other way
anyone
they could have
name
done
more
that.
than one way?
How many? I haven't counted, but if you know, Kay or Cherie, or anybody for that matter, how many of them couldn't remember where it happened, couldn't remember when it happened, what time it was? It warm outside? Was it cold outside? What were you wearing? Well, it must have been spring because I was wearing, I mean, Kim Davis and Rocky Gregory had to fill in all of those important details for them because they couldn't remember. Very few of them could remember. I mean, of course, Shardarian Hill and Adara, but what poor Terry Morris, what she told them, what she told Rocky, he told her, no, you're wrong. That's not where it was. Why did you lie to us? We know that, or that it was someplace else, that it was over by Liberty Station. And, and they took, yeah. And again, we are going to eventually be recovering all of that stuff again, but it's very, very frustrating for her to make those kinds of statements like, does it make sense? Does it make sense? Well, no, not when you say it the way you want it to be, but when it's presented the way it really was, then no, it doesn't. What makes sense is that they were all coached. Every
Heavily
single one of
coached.
them.
Heavily coached.
Heavily coached.
See, we would know the answer to all of that if they had recorded the interviews. If we had a recording of Adara Gardner riding back from Muskogee for 2.5+ hours with
Yeah.
2 detectives, we don't have one word of what the conversation is when that happened. We don't have these initial interviews. We don't have an interview where
Well, she forgot to record it.
Yeah. Yeah.
she doesn't know how to work her phone because she's not techno.
Yeah. She's not techno, guys.
She's not techno. That's right.
Can't figure out how to record something, but I can record stuff when I want to.
Exactly. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Yeah, Kim and Crockett says Kim and Rocky filled in all the details, leading the witnesses for sure. Even then, they get so much wrong. That's absolutely right. And also, it's in. Oh, I was gonna. Oh, I don't recall her. Well, she didn't say. Lori McConnell doesn't say anything about when the AVL was pulled for each one of these women. But Kim Davis does make a point of putting it in all of her reports that after she spoke with the women and after she got their story and after she found out where it was, what time it was, and blah, 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 then they pulled Daniel's AVL, and lo and fucking behold, it matched what these women said.
Okay, do we have a record of when she actually pulled the AVL or no?
What's that?
Do we have an actual record of when Kim Davis really pulled the AVL?
Nope. All we have is her word.
No, and and Scott Adams addressed that when they kept going over, kept saying, oh, there's no other way these women would have known. And they went strictly by the AVL. Once we got their story, we pulled it and looked at it. So Scott Adams asked for the detectives to produce documentation of when exactly they pulled the AVL. So Rocky is gone somewhere on vacation or something, I think the excuse was. And Kim writes a report, and I think it was just 5 accusers that I think she just makes up a date because it's not documented in any report. So I'm not sure from where she got that information to put into this report. But Scott Adams didn't know to ask for any kind of an edit log or any kind of an archival report.
Yeah, you need the audit. You need the audit log.
That would show exactly who, when those AVL reports were pulled. That would have gotten Daniel off, because those are the exculpatory things. They didn't produce those things. They acted like they didn't even know that existed, and Scott Adams didn't know that programs work like that. So he didn't hold them to the fire and say, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I want the keystrokes. I want the edit logs. I want to know exactly. You run a report. I want to see everyone who accessed those AVL records
and when
every single time they did it.
Absolutely.
And we still can't get that information.
I don't understand that.
Well,
yeah. Well, when.
Well, I do, but.
Just like in Wisconsin, when you're trying to protect a corrupt.
A conviction.
Verdict,
yeah.
Shit disappears or never existed. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Or they just won't give it to you.
Or they won't give it to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any of those things could be true. But yeah. Oh, yeah. So Cherie says in the private chat, in one of the reports by Jelly, that's what we call him, he slipped up and said that he gave the AVLs to Kim prior to her interview of the witness. I can't remember.
Jelly? Who's Jelly?
He was the records. He was one of the records keepers or getters or
whatever.
Custodian
whatever.
of records, yeah. Well, I think he was actually a patrolman or something, but was on light duty, and so it was Regina. It was Regina's Cherie. I remember now. He was on light duty, so he was just helping out Detective Davis. Yeah, they were all helping out Detective Davis, the bunch of sick motherfuckers. Anyway, so yeah. All right. Well, we've already been 2 hours. I don't know how many pages. Do you know, Kay, how many pages Scott Adams is? Can't be more than 40, I don't think.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I promised Lori McConnell and Scott Adams, so we're going to go ahead and do Scott. Jack, are you fine to read all of this?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and start with Adams and hear what he's going to say. And hopefully we're going to hear a lot of disputing of everything she just said. So if you're ready to go, Jack, are you going to read your own, or do you want to read from the screen?
No, I've got my own up.
Okay, cool. All righty. Here we go.
If you want, you can share my screen. I can broadcast it or whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter to me.
Oh, we're okay. It's okay. I'm getting better at scrolling and, going back and forth I get a little bit better at it. So
sure. Okay. No problem. Yeah. No problem.
So we'll just start on line 15 of, if you want to go ahead and start there, Jack.
All righty. May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your time and attention in this matter. I know that this has been a very lengthy trial. It's taken an enormous amount of time out of your relationships with your friends and family. And it's taken an enormous amount of attention during the trial to listen to everything that has gone on. And I want to personally thank you on behalf of Mr. Holtzclaw for being here and being here attentively and doing everything the jurors have to do. And I know that it's uncomfortable. The wording and the subject matter we've been having to deal with in this courtroom has been extremely uncomfortable. I know for every one of you, as it has been for myself, Mr. Gray, Officer Holtzclaw, and I'm assuming also the prosecutor. This case is a case that I think every one of us will remember for the rest of our lives. It's a case that has shook the very foundation upon which we all believe and stand for in this community. Here in Oklahoma, we're different for a reason. And we're different because we hold people to standards and high morals and values. And we've always been that way. And this is no different. And I expect all the people that have testified here and that have participated in this trial to adhere to the morals and values that we have here in Oklahoma. And I think that really when you can start out with this case, because it's so different, as we've listened to 5 weeks of testimony, and we're in our 6th week now, it's so difficult, particularly as a lawyer, to sit here and think, how do I even remotely in a very short period of time without offending the jurors? Because you've been here, you've listened to everything, you've looked at all the exhibits, you've been able to watch the demeanor of all witnesses. You've done everything. We've talked about that this was going to happen in voir dire and opening. I mean, how can we fairly summarize it up what we think are some important points without getting to the point of being just so repetitive and making it even more confusing than it already is? So it's an enormous task, I know, for you to do this, and it's also an enormous task for everyone. And again, as I told you earlier in voir dire, the greatest thing that a number of people that have been great in our country, including Abraham Lincoln, say that they ever did was to have an opportunity to sit on a jury, because this is what our country is all about. I mean, people can make light of it and attempt to make it sound like it's not important as it is. But there's no other branch of our government where the citizens are really the ultimate judges of what happens. And it's an enormous responsibility. And I know it's intimidating, and it certainly would be to me. And again, I get intimidated because I feel like at some point in time, I will not only let the system down, but I will also let my client down, who's Officer Holtzclaw. And it becomes very overwhelming at times. And as I was trying to prepare for the closing so I could wrap it all up as quickly as I can without offending the jurors, I thought, well, where do I start? I mean, there's been so many witnesses that have testified. There's been so much evidence that has been introduced. Where do I really start? To me, the most logical starting place would be on June 18th of 2014, when Daniel, at 4 p.m., when Daniel Holtzclaw shows up for lineup at the Spring Lake Division, and he's approached by 2 detectives with Sex Crimes Division here in Oklahoma City. Detective Davis, who you've heard a lot from here, and also Detective Gregory. At that point in time, on June 18th of 2014, you have to remember that what was Daniel Holtzclaw doing? He was in full uniform, and he was getting ready to go back out on the streets here in the Spring Lake Division, the northeast side. We've heard everything about the northeast side now, but that's where he was headed, and that's where he thought he was going when he got ready that morning or that afternoon. And the very first thing is when he shows up for lineup, he's told by a captain that there's some detectives there that need to speak with him about a stop that happened at 50th and Lincoln in the early morning hours of the 18th. And so immediately, and Detective Davis and everything, I'm telling you, he's been tested I'm telling you, has been testified to either by Davis or Daniel Holtzclaw in the video or by Gregory, is that he was told it was about a stop. And he told them there at the Spring Lake Division, if it's about the stop at 50th and Lincoln, I did it. I mean, I pulled over the lady and they said, well, let's talk about downtown. Let's talk about it downtown. So they transport him downtown, and one of the very first exhibits in this case is the audio tape, the audio and video tape interview of Daniel Holtzclaw, and you'll see him in full uniform. And there's pictures of him in full uniform. And I want you to take a look at all that and remember, put yourself at least at that point in time in Daniel Holtzclaw's shoes.
Objection, Your Honor. The court, all right, sustained.
Why is he interrupting him in his closing? Son of a bitch. Mr. Adams, at that point in time, the government's position would be now that all the acts they're saying that they've charged him with have already happened. Because we know for a fact on June 18th of 2014, he is put on leave. And he never puts back on the uniform as an Oklahoma City police officer. And at that point in time, it is the most, at no time in there, you'll see where they read him his Miranda waiver. Does he ever request a lawyer or have any sort of representatives from the police department come in and listen to the interview and what they're talking about? And from the very first point, you can see him, and you can watch him and observe him and the way he acts. He is 100% professional. And as I've said in my closing, and I challenge the state to find one statement in that 2-hour interview where Daniel Holtzclaw ever lied to them, because he tells them at the very beginning is, yes, I stopped someone there, Ms. Liggins, at 50th and Lincoln. And again, 50th and Lincoln is clearly in the Spring Lake Division on the northeast side of Oklahoma City. He stops her in public, and he engages her. Lights, I don't know what that is. And as you watch the video, and I encourage you, first of all, to watch his video of when he's interrogated. And as you watch the video, you'll see that his lights stay on the whole time. And all that is just a signal for any other police officer that I've got one pulled over here, or anyone in general public, and that there's an officer doing his job. And he continually denies it. And he continually denies that. By that, during the testimony, as they were setting up the videotape for the first time in this entire case, I became aware of the fact that the automatic vehicle locator system was going to be an issue with Janie Liggins. I didn't know at that point in time that they were gonna act like it was any big deal, because he told them on the video repeatedly, I always turn off my ABL whenever I leave the Spring Lake Division before I get home. And you can watch it in the video as Detective Davis is saying, well, you shouldn't do that. He goes, well, I always do. I mean, it's not anything unusual. I always turn it off. And they were making it sound so sinister and evil as they were talking about his everyday activities and how he had turned off his ABL system when really all it is shutting off his computer. He told them, I do that all the time. In fact, I think at one point in there he says, quote, I do it every day, end quote. But they're saying you just don't do that as a police officer. You just don't do that. And immediately, I've issued requests during the trial that I wanted all of that information that Daniel Holtzclaw's ABL of when he turned it on and off. And we get and we get that after a few days, and we see, and it's marked in the defendant's exhibit number 4. And I've introduced it. And it is every time that Daniel Holtzclaw turns on and off his AVO when he's on duty. And we've displayed it up here on the overhead. And it shows repeatedly, more often than not, in fact, every time he turns on off his AVO, turns it on before or right as he gets to the station. And he turns it off as he checks out at about 2 a.m. every single night. And if you'll recall, that's when they introduced the policy from Oklahoma City that came out in February of 2014 and said that basically you have to have it on from door to door. If it's a take-home vehicle, they want the AVL on from the time you get in your car at your house to the time you arrive back at your house after your shift. And what you see in there, and I had Detective Davis go through it. I said, well, did he ever turn it off his AVL? Did he ever turn it off at his house or turn it off at his house as the policy requires? And she went through 10 pages and she agreed he did not. So he told you the truth, that he turns it on and off basically at the station. Yes, he did. So that was, it at that point shined a light on, or at least to me, of what I'm dealing with now, and that we're going to take his everyday activities, everything that Daniel Holtzclaw does, and we're going to make it look sinister, and we're going to make it look diabolical because they say all of that is significant. And so we start with his interview, and you look at all of his reaction when he's talking about Janine Liggins, and when he says, and what he says happened, and see how genuine you think he is, and see if you think in any way, shape, or form he's lying about anything. But then you go back and try to remember what all Ms. Liggins told you and what we know for a fact she said to either the officers out there on the scene on June 18th of 2014 or what she testified to here at trial. And there's some very significant things. First of all, in the early evening hours, she says she goes over to a guy by the name of McCord's house here in the northeast side of Oklahoma City. And she says she's over there until 2 a.m. in the morning, knowing that her boyfriend or significant other or over 20 years has to be at work at 4:30 in the morning. And she tells you that she's driving up to 50th and Lincoln, and that Officer Holtzclaw pulls up beside her, and that she can see Officer Holtzclaw looking at her. Take a look at the pictures that are in the evidence of her car. You'll clearly see that they are extremely dark tinted windows. It would be impossible for Daniel Holtzclaw to look into what Ms. Liggins in her car, but she says that he pulls up beside her and IDs her and then falls back behind her. Watch the videotape and see what Daniel Holtzclaw says. He says as they're driving down 50th that she swerves, and he, as a trained officer, whether he's on or off duty, really makes no difference, that he engages his lights and pulls her over right there at 50th and Lincoln. And he admits that. Never denies it, not one time. And he admits that he didn't call it in. He admits that he walked up to her car, talked to her in her car, and asked her what she was doing. Again, it's after 2 a.m. in the morning. She has admitted at this point in time to Detective Davis that she smoked 2 joints over at Mr. McCord's, although Mr. McCord was offended when that was brought up and said that he never saw anyone smoke dope. Well, Ms. Liggins said that they did. In any event, she supposedly, and Officer Holtzclaw tells you this on the video, she says that she was not drinking, that she had some Kool-Aid in the car. And he mentions the Kool-Aid to the detectives on the videotape. Says he smells it, and he doesn't smell any alcohol. So he asked her to step back to his vehicle. And he even describes it in the video. She seemed upset. she was nervous and upset to the point that after he finishes contact with her, he says, I told her I'm going to follow you home, because he thought it was odd that the way she was acting. And you'll see on the videotape, that's exactly what happened. You'll see on the videotape, he's behind her. And then before she can ever leave, he makes a U-turn and leaves. And they don't even have the video. They've got video, but they haven't even looked at it yet. And then they ask him, so did you follow her home? He said, no. I got tired of waiting on her, and I just wanted to go home, so I made the U-turn and left. And that's exactly what he did. But what Miss Liggins says is that, and these are all very important, she says that Officer Holtzclaw asked her to stop and to ask her to step out of the car, that she places her hands on top of his car like a felony stop. Officer Holtzclaw specifically in the video denies that Miss Liggins ever put his hands on her car. Now, remember, this is all happening in the same day. The Liggins stop and the videotape are all happening within just a few hours from when it all started. He's saying she never put her hands, this is really badly written, put her hands on her car. Ms. Liggins also says that Daniel Holtzclaw, while he was purportedly doing this sex act with her, places his hands on top of his car. And the detectives ask him that in the videotape, did you ever put your hands on top of your car? And he says no. Well, in the videotape, they're telling him, CSI has got your car. Oklahoma City Criminal Investigations has your car, and they're processing it right now. And he says, fine, great, do it. She never put her hands on top of the car, and I never put my hands on top of the car. Well, then she goes on and says that while she's in the back of the car, he goes up and searches her car. And he tells detectives, I did. I went up to her car and I looked in there and I smelled Kool-Aid. I smelled the Kool-Aid and I didn't smell anything. I saw her purse. I looked in there and I saw some pills. She told me she was taking hydrocodone and I saw them in there. But I didn't really pay much attention to it. I believe I saw her name, didn't look for a date, walked back to the car, had some more discussions with her, and then told her that she can go home. And he describes where she said that she was going over to her daughter's house. And that was really the end of Officer Holtzclaw's dealings with Ms. Liggins until he's called in and videotaped on that interview. But the thing that became apparent during her testimony was why there was so much. I mean, the hard part to deal with here is when you have someone that takes generally the truth and they put a lie in there. It is very difficult to prove that they're being dishonest because there's so much of what is the truth. For instance, Holtzclaw did stop her. That Holtzclaw did search her car, but he denies any sexual activity. So it's very difficult to prove that. So you have to look at other things and how they reacted. And you have to remember what Jeannie Liggins said happened to them. This is what becomes very important. She says that as she's driving home, she specifically recalls she made no phone calls because she says she thought that Officer Holtzclaw had taken her telephone. But as she pulls up to her house, she realizes that she's sitting on her telephone. Remember that? Also remember that her boyfriend, Mr. Long, who's in the house, he says that Jenny Liggins had called him as she was driving home, and she sounded so upset that he got up and went outside. And I kept bringing it up to him when he was testifying that he went outside that Ms. Liggins and met Ms. Liggins as she arrived at her daughter's house outside, and that he talked to her out there and then followed her back inside the house wherein they woke up Marisha, her daughter. Remember that what Marisha testified to? She said that Jenny Liggins didn't call anyone, and she came directly home and entered the residence. And that when she entered the residence, she was upset, and that's when she woke up Marisha. And Marisha said that she had to go wake up Mr. Long in his bedroom, and then she woke up Mr. Long, and then they all got in the car, Marisha, her boyfriend, and the three kids, and Ms. Liggins. And Marisha says that Mr. Long got into the car, Janie Liggins was driving, and drove off and went to work. Drove off and went to work. Now, what does Ms. Liggins say? She says they went to the Spring Lake Division, that Mr. Long had followed them over there, and then he drove off to work. Marisha says he never even went to the Spring Lake Division. But what do we know happened? We know that Ms. Liggins said that they went to the Spring Lake, and they didn't talk to anybody, but they had to Google it to be able to get that number. We also know that her grandmother had called an Oklahoma City police officer here in Oklahoma City and asked him what they should do, because Miss Liggins is claiming that something inappropriate happened with an Oklahoma City cop. And he said, Mr. Carter, Officer Carter said, dial 911. And if you'll remember, he testified and unequivocally said, dial 911. And when he finished that, I sat down and they got up and said, are you sure you didn't say go see the police? No, he said, no. I said, dial 911. Well, no one ever dials 911. But eventually Marisha, the boyfriend, and the three kids and Miss Liggins go back basically to 50th and Lincoln, where they say they see two police cars sitting there, and they pull in. This is virtually where she's saying Officer Holtzclaw committed the sexual assault. And then she pulls up there, and that the officer at 50th and Lincoln, Ms. Liggins first talks to, testified in this trial and said that he never, not even one time, saw Mr. Long there at the scene at 50th and Lincoln. Again, why is this all that important? And here's why I suggest to you that what it is. In fact, your significant other or your husband or your wife of your child or anyone you love came home and told you that they had been sexually assaulted by an Oklahoma City police officer. Can you, in your wildest dreams, using your common sense and your everyday life experiences, even think about going to work? Or would it be more logical for you to say, I'm here with you and I will not leave your side? And I cannot imagine letting my wife go anywhere without me at that point, without taking her to the police and then going to the hospital with her if I truly believed that it happened. But we know in fact that he never went to the hospital and he never talked to the police. So what I would suggest to you is this, and what the reasonable inference here would be was that she was out with another man and that they were having an argument about it, and that she was coming home so late and she knew that Richard was going to be mad at her. And by the time that she did get pulled over by Officer Holtzclaw and he let her go, but by that time she got there either being under the influence of marijuana or pills or whatever, she came up with this story. And he didn't believe it under any set of circumstances because he went on to work. And Ms. Liggins, during her testimony, said that not only did he not go back to 50th and Lincoln, but he never went to the hospital where they conducted the SANE exam. So we know for a fact that there are things happening there that make no sense whatsoever. But the one thing I will never forget of the Jenny Liggins is the everyday experience that Daniel Holtzclaw did become so sinister and significant in the review by the Oklahoma City Police Department. What is important to know is the little details is that Ms. Liggins told the police that night, such as placing her hands on the car, and the officers telling Officer Holtzclaw in the video, we've got your car with CSI, we'll process it. And they did. There was absolutely no prints from either Holtzclaw nor Liggins on top of Officer Holtzclaw's car. There was no DNA found whatsoever on either one of the cars of Officer Holtzclaw. So they didn't find these prints that you'd expect. It happened just a few hours prior. If she had truly placed her hands on top of the car on the metal object, you would have found some prints or found some DNA from either one of them, but there was not. And so that's what gets the ball rolling. And what happens then is that Officer Holtzclaw is immediately put on leave. And you'll see in the videotape of what happens then is that all his clothes are all taken from him. And we all see where he strips down literally to his underwear. And for whatever reason, the Oklahoma City Police Department does not take his underwear, nor do they issue a search warrant for his house, nor do they issue a search warrant for his personal vehicle. They take his squad, nor do they issue a search warrant or ask for a consent for any of that, nor do they issue a search warrant or ask consent to search his telephone. None of it. And so Officer Holtzclaw is off duty and done at that point in time. So instead of Oklahoma City Police Department thinking, we possibly have a problem here and doing what you would expect a police department to do, which would be maybe to surveillance Officer Holtzclaw while he's on duty, put some cameras in his car, put a recording in his car, because under their theory, it wouldn't have taken very long for anything to happen if in fact any of this is true, and they would have had him. But no, what they do is put him on leave immediately. He's done. And when they go back and they try to, and you keep recalling, there's two things that are important then. That's when they say they developed a profile, and ask yourself, what profile did Oklahoma City Police Department develop at that time? They said that they developed a profile that was black females that either had drug or prostitution histories. Okay, where did that come from? Miss Liggins had neither one of those. I admit that she didn't have a driver's license for 30 years, and she's out driving. And I can understand some people don't have a driver's license. My grandmother, who's 90, doesn't have a driver's license. The difference is my grandmother has never driven, and she won't drive because she doesn't have a driver's license. But I don't fault her for that. But in Oklahoma, if you're going to drive, you need to have a license. But she hasn't had one for 50 years or for 30 years, and she continues to drive on a daily basis. Is that a big deal? I don't know, but I can't understand it. And it doesn't seem, my common sense tells me that isn't normal. But then after he's put on leave, we do not do a proactive investigation. We do a retroactive investigation. And that therein's the flaw. The flaw first starts out with a profile that they have all of a sudden out of thin air. Then now they are picking the perfect victim, or they are picking the perfect accuser when they say we want black females that have drug and prostitution history, because that also fails as you go through all these women. That also fails. Basically, what you're going to see is that they start contacting people that Officer Holtzclaw had some come into contact with in the past. And because none of these women, absolutely zero of the women, had ever reported it at the time of the event, and they want to act like, well, that's normal. He picked on the people who wouldn't report it. And I would submit to you that it is absolutely, first of all, they haven't proven that. Secondly, that is absolutely a misstatement of what your common sense tells you. Yes, I do agree that with what everyone says is they're not particularly fond of Oklahoma City Police Department over on the northeast side or in the Spring Lake Division where Officer Holtzclaw was. That's true. But when they talk about they don't want to be known as the snitch, they don't want to be known as a snitch, and they don't want to be seen as a snitch. They're talking about snitching on everyone in their community. They're not talking about bringing down a police officer that they could care less about. And I would suggest to you the reason that they say all these 911 calls are so infrequent over here on the Spring Lake, although they admit that the crime level is the highest ever, is highest over in the Spring Lake as opposed to all other areas of Oklahoma City, is because they don't want people, they don't want the police over there investigating what's going on in their community. They don't want that. But that shouldn't go against Officer Holtzclaw because of that. Because he was a vigilant and diligent police officer. Yeah, he was the police officer that would probably drive us all crazy. But then again, you think about it, in your neighborhoods, are you having people walking around at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning, just randomly up and down the streets? Do you have drug houses? Do you have prostitution going on? But that's an area where he was placed. It's not an area he picked. But that's the place that Oklahoma City Police Department told him you're going to. And I would suggest to you that they put him there for a reason. Because Daniel Holtzclaw, Officer Holtzclaw, could take care of himself, obviously, number one. Number two, he's extremely vigilant with everything that he does. You've heard of all the people that every time he's driving down the street and he sees someone walking at 2 or 3 in the morning or at 1 in the morning, anytime after midnight, he's like, what are you up to? Where are you going? What are you doing over here? You just came out of a dope house. Is that not what we want the police to do? That we want them to patrol areas like this and to make sure that the rule of law is upheld. I mean, without the rule of law, what are we? Without people like Daniel Holtzclaw out there patrolling the streets, what are we? Are they just supposed to go park in the parking lot somewhere over in the Spring Lake Division and just wait for a call to come in? Or are they supposed to go out and do a job and patrol the community and let the people know they're there over there? And there's great people over there. Let them know we're watching your back. We're not going to put up with all the drug dealing over here in the Spring Lake Division. We're not going to put up with all the nefarious activity over here in the Spring Lake Division. Daniel Holtzclaw, am going to watch the people's backs that they aren't doing anything. And I'm going to make sure that this neighborhood is safe, at least on his watch. But again, they want to take everything he's done and imagine that. Imagine going back 6 months in your life and looking at the details of every phone call you've made, everything you've done, every route you've driven. And if someone says you have an evil intent, think about how your total 100% innocent actions all of a sudden become a catalyst for you to become some evil person. And that's exactly what we got wrapped up here in with the retroactive investigation. When we go back and we try to make the crimes when in fact none have ever been reported. And we start out with Miss Chardarian Hill. We start, and Miss Hill, if you'll recall, is a young lady who was at the Liberty Station Apartments. The very first time she ever talked to the detectives was September the 19th of 2014. And that would have been approximately 10 months after this alleged, let me read that again. Yeah, 10 months after this alleged event happened. And what she says happened is that she was there in a car in a truck that she doesn't even know whose it is. That there's an individual at the truck that supposedly pours a vial of PCP on her while she's admittedly smoking PCP with Jonay Stafford, her cousin, sitting right next to her. Officer Holtzclaw and another officer pull up, and he comes up and he confronts her. And as he pulls up, this individual is running off. And Officer Holtzclaw says, "Who is that?" And she goes, "Who is who?" "Well, who's the guy running away?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Well, you got PCP all over you." He pulls her out of the car, and she says, "You can't search me." Says, "Fine, call an ambulance." She's got PCP all over her, and she's clearly higher than a kite. So they call a female officer over along with the ambulance. And the female officer, as she searches Miss Hill, finds another PCP vial in her pants and places it on the back of the car. Simultaneously, while Officer Holtzclaw is checking out the pickup truck that no one knows whose it is, but it happened to be where she's smoking PCP, and he finds 3 more vials of PCP in there. And then she says, "Well, the guy poured it on me." Who? The guy you're saying that was invisible that just ran away? That's who just poured PCP on you? Well, you got it all over you. So as they set it on the back of the squad car, she's looking at it and she bends over, sucks it up into her mouth, but crushes the vial of PCP, and they take her down to the ground, and you ask, "You're really? I mean, this is really happening?" First of all, I know that a lot of people are thinking, "Well, this really happens in Oklahoma City." It did. And so we have a lady who's smoked PCP, ingested PCP, and has poured it all over. PCP, as we've talked about throughout this trial, is one of the most powerful hallucinogens that exist. And so Officer Holtzclaw calls. As the ambulance gets there, they take her and put her in the back of the ambulance and start trying to save her life. And as they're trying to save her life, you even heard what Mr. Hill said. She said that the paramedic didn't think she was going to make it to the hospital. Thought she was so critical that he thought she was going to die. They get her to the Southwest Medical Center, and Miss Hill says, while she's higher than a kite, that they take her to wash her off, and they're at the bay outside the where the ambulance comes up, and she talks about how Officer Holtzclaw is standing there staring at her as she's naked, and they're spraying her off. Again, none of the hospital personnel have seen anything like this. Do they know anything like this? And in fact, they came and testified there's a curtain and there couldn't be enough room for him to be there watching her. But even if he saw her butt naked, being sprayed down with PCP all over her, so what? She put herself in that position. He's in her custody. He's responsible. I don't care, and you shouldn't care. But she says he's sitting there staring at her, and she's taken into the emergency room where, again, they administer life-saving stuff on her and give her some stuff to try and bring her out of the PCP, out of her system. While she's in there, she says nothing happens in the first room, and she's moved down to the second room. We have pictures of all this. In the second room, she says while she's in there that Officer Holtzclaw starts talking to her. And these are her words. He starts commenting that your titties or your breasts are exposed, and that eventually he comes over and supposedly touches her on the breast. Again, this is in the hospital where there's doors not locked and there's staff everywhere. And if you look at these pictures, and remember my cross-examination, Detective Gregory, there's a medical supply closet, or not even a closet. That shelving unit is right outside the room where Miss Hill is, which, assuming on a Friday night at Southwest Medical Center, is an extremely busy area of the hospital, I would suggest to you. But Detective Gregory said that wasn't important. It wasn't ever important for him not to go down and talk to find out who was at the nurse's station about 10 feet away from the door and say, "Hey, did you ever pop your head over into Miss Hill's room?" Again, it's not. We all know it's not a locked door. Whether it was opened or closed is even up for debate. And she says in this room where the door, we really don't know if it was open or closed. She says he grabbed her breast. And then that was interesting about that this time is that we know that, let me start that again. And then what was interesting about that this time that now he takes off his utility belt. His belt that has his gun, his flashlight, his little baton thing, his handcuffs, everything. You've seen the belt. You'll see the pictures of it. But he supposedly takes that off and lays it on the chair, pulls his pants down, and has her commit oral sodomy on him. Now, as a police officer, just think using your common sense. How is he going to explain that when either a nurse or a doctor happens to peek in the room? How's he going to explain that to them? I've got my gun belt and all my stuff over here. I got my pants down over to my knees, and I've got I believe she called it his manhood out. How's he going to explain that to anyone? I mean, really? Are we really going to believe that one? And then she says that while he's doing all this, that he's negotiating with her. And there's several things that are very significant here that she can't get around. She admits that she's all hooked up to the heart monitors, to the oxygen level, to everything that those emergency rooms hook you up to. All those monitors that are monitored there at the nurse's station. And she says that Officer Holtzclaw tells her, be sure and control your breathing and your heart rate. And I made light of it at some point, but I mean, because it gets to the point of being absurd to think that you would even be able to do that. But she says that he specifically told her, be sure to monitor that because we don't want the nurse's station getting an alarm or someone coming in the room to monitor it. So she allegedly does that somehow subliminally. And she doesn't set off any alarms off at the nurse's station while committing these oral sex acts. She then says that while she's hooked up to the monitors, he, without warning, sticks his hand and his fingers into her vagina, and it startled her. And again, she was able to still control her vital signs to the point that it doesn't set any alarms off at the nurse's station. Again, no one at the hospital sees anything or even notices anything remotely close. And the whole time she's supposedly negotiating her freedom with her while he's doing all this. This is how absurd it really is. I mean, you can't make this up. I'm going to pause here and get a drink. God almighty.
Yeah, take a break. Sorry. You can
That's
take a
fine.
break whenever you need to. That's a lot of reading.
I mean, my God. You know, I'm not even sure. I think I did know about this, and it's been so long I've forgotten it. It is absolutely absurd. It is so absurd that they could believe a word out of her mouth. One word.
Well, I don't know if you know or who else knows, but they did find Daniel not guilty of her claims.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
God.
The absurdity of her story is just incredibly absurd. So,
Beats of
yeah, it's crazy.
I guess I need to go back and at Bates podcast and see does he have her interviews on tape?
There is Shardarian Hill is the last one that Bates has been able to cover. So
I'm gonna watch it because I'm interested now in how that went.
Hey, so Jack, to answer your question from earlier, I skimmed through the transcript and indexes.
Yep.
And the only interviews that I see, they used a redacted interview of Daniel's interview. And then they used Carla Raines was a defense exhibit when her part of the case was presented. So I'm assuming they used the part where she says 7 times that, she wasn't assaulted by an officer. No, I wasn't. No, how'd you get my name on something like this? But that's it. I don't see Shardarian Hill's interview listed anywhere. And even though we have some in-camera hearings, many in-camera hearings, I would think if they had, well, I don't know, did they listen to that in camera? Because, I mean, Bates clearly says that during trial, they had to stop the trial. They had to go into the judge's office because no one had ever heard that part before.
See,
So,
to me, that they should be so proud of their investigative body of work that should have been presented to the jury and the public.
well, I
And if it
don't know
wa-
why the defense didn't use it, because most of those interviews, I think, are very telling for
But-
how the women present it. And
For
then,
rebuttal, absolutely, they're hugely important. I mean, at least to me.
I mean, and then you've got especially the women whose stories changed to come around to what, what the prosecution's narrative was by trial. That would completely expose those changing stories.
It
So,
would.
I just don't, they're not listed in the exhibits except for those two instances.
I think that's a major failing. No matter how good Scott Adams is, I think that was a major mistake. Maybe he didn't think it would matter. I don't know. I don't know what his thought process was. Like you said, he may have thought that the jury's gonna see right through this crap. They're not gonna believe them. No worries.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Well,
hard to know.
Well, I mean, I guess it wasn't, or we'd be hearing more about it in this respect. But if they hadn't used Shardarian Hill's statement there at the end, or any of it, but particularly the end, I would think that would be, I feel like I throw this around all the time, but I would feel like that would be like a Brady violation. That's exculpatory evidence. But I mean, yeah, he was found not guilty on her charges, so I guess.
I mean,
there's
but
no
the
point.
defense had it. They had it. So
Oh, okay,
it's not, it wouldn't be,
okay,
they had that interview. They just hadn't listened all the way,
all the way to the
I
end.
guess. Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay. So if they didn't believe her, they didn't convict on anything. So that in itself lends itself to another problem to me from the jury. I mean, I'm not trying to drag this out. These are just, my thought process going through and reading this, and you telling me they didn't convict him on anything or any of her charges. So how did understanding how ridiculous it is, but then reading some of these others and how ridiculous they are, and they couldn't take that leap. These people have been coached to the nth degree. They're after a civil suit. Don't be stupid. Don't be dumb. Don't be used like this. And they did it anyway. I think these people were afraid. They were either threatened or afraid, or both.
It's hard to know in which ways they could have been coerced. I mean, those with children and custody issues, that seems like the biggest thing to hold over someone's head. But, maybe not. Some of them did have pending charges, and as
The jurors did?
after Daniel's sentencing, people continued to get into trouble and not be held accountable. I'd never seen so many
Reduced charges, dismissed charges.
Suspended sentences, and then you break the conditions and it should be automatic revoke, but then you get another suspended sentence.
I hope I hope whoever his lawyers are that are doing his post conviction stuff line all that shit up in a big, beautiful, bulleted, whatever best presentation they can, and show that, because that's such bullshit right there in itself. But I guess getting back to the jury to answer your question, I've read some cases not anything that we're currently looking at, but where you have a jury foreman and maybe one other that run bully in the jury deliberations room. That puts so much pressure on people to say, you know what, screw you. I'm not convicting this guy, this girl, whatever. I don't believe what's been presented to me. They've not proven it to me. And then these outliers that for whatever reason, I'm not even get into what reasons they would have, would pressure, convince, cajole, bully, whatever, these people to say, oh, you know what, never mind, guilty.
Yeah.
It's really frustrating to me
Mhm.
after reading this one.
Yeah.
And then Rhonda says, hey, they didn't find him guilty on any of her charges.
Yeah, and I mean, she's all the Facebook messages and all of that, which that's really inflammatory. That looks bad. So you would think of all people, they would find guilty on her charges just because they were trying to paint the picture that he was doing all that to have any kind of sexual relationship with her.
It just again, this goes back to character of who Daniel was prior to any of that. Prior to that, so he just suddenly wakes up, whatever the day the first charge was ever they went back to, and he wakes up and says, you know what, I think I'm going to start abusing my badge.
Mhm.
Bullshit. Sorry.
Just absolutely nothing that shows that he has any of that kind of character at all. Nothing.
Right. Before or since.
Just piling on all of those women and the whole, why would 13 women do this?
Right.
I'm not even sure that Scott Adams, and maybe he does, addresses every single time where the state's narrative is that the women came forward, that that's not really the case. I know from some that I've read, he does address that, but you would think that would be enough to show that they're crafting a case. And I just can't believe that the jury couldn't see that the police aren't producing the AVL logs. Why aren't they producing them if they're so adamant that they didn't pull any of them until after the women gave their story?
That's hugely important.
Why didn't the jurors see through that and question that? I mean, people on that jury know that computer programs have an edit log. Come on, man.
I mean, I've known that I'm kind of geeky, I guess, but I was more geeky in the sense of, building a computer and making sure it could turn on. But as far as software, not really so much. I could make it work, but I didn't really. But even I knew, and I've known for years, that there's audit logs for, especially, databases, that almost all databases, especially for, organizations and like police departments, hospitals, they all have audit trails. They have to.
One of the jurors whose husband is a dentist and she works in her husband's office, or she did at that time, she had to, and this was the juror that Daniel could tell by her body language that he really thought that she would find him not guilty. Yeah. And when she came into the courtroom crying, when it was time for the verdict, he knew that he was guilty before they even read it, just by her.
Knew her body language.
Uh-huh.
That's terrible.
So, I mean, she knows, she has to know. They have to have a program inside that office that uses edit logs. In my business, we had a program. I constantly was looking to see what other therapists what files they were accessing stuff
Of course.
like
Yeah. You have to. You have to protect yourself. Organizations have to protect themselves. Otherwise, it's open season. I mean, even, I'll bring this up. Of course, I know that they've been manipulated, but it doesn't matter. The dispatch logs that Seeking Truth got for Calumet County, all the dispatch calls, each day came with an audit log. It's an access type file, but it shows everything that's listed. Every call that's listed for each channel is listed in that audit log. Every one of them. So even they have it, and I suspect most departments, police departments of any size, have the same thing, and I'll bet you that Oklahoma City has it too. I'll bet you they do. There's absolutely no excuse for them not producing these AVLs.
they absolutely do.
All right, I've got my drink. I'm ready to go. You guys ready?
Yeah.
All righty, line 6. But he's as he's telling her to watch her heart monitor and oxygen and everything, and she's able to do it while he's committing these acts. That he's negotiating that I'll make all this go away in 30 or 45 days or 30, 45 days. This is back in December of 2013. And the charges are still pending today. He hasn't put on leave. He wasn't put on leave until June 18th of 2014. So, but then she says that after the hospital incident and all that happens, he takes her down here to the county jail, and that's where she said she's doing her intake. And that the lady doing the intake asked if she had ever been sexually assaulted. And allegedly, Officer Holtzclaw is staring her down, and she says no. And and he closes his book, and she goes along with it, and she's booked in. And she's booked in on possession of controlled substance, the PCP, and she's booked in on her paraphernalia, and she's booked on into Oklahoma City County Jail. And then supposedly they're saying that he hid her tickets. Well, then why did they have to call the lady from the Oklahoma County Jail, whose only job in life is it to sit here and look who's been booked into the county jail and whether or not they have city tickets? That's her whole job. And where have they shown you where any officer ever books anyone in on a felony charge and says, by the way, they have all these city tickets out there too? This is what they do on a daily basis, and they know it. That's why she has a job, is because she checks all that, and then she adds them on there. So here's what happens at the end of the Ms. Hill's deal, is that by the time she bonds out, the detective now gets hold of Officer Holtzclaw's report on Ms. Hill, and they say, no, it's not just possession of controlled substance, it's possession with intent. That is a crime and carries up to a life in penitentiary here in the state of Oklahoma. So now she has possession with intent, and she has all these city tickets. So the thing that he tried to hide, he didn't do a very good job of it, if in fact that's what he's trying to do, is now she has to post bond on it. And she does that 5 days later. What does she tell you? What's significant about the 5 days later? She says she's still high on PCP. And that's how blown she was. She was still high 5 days later after she's been secluded over here in the county jail. And her mother even says that. So then after that, she gets out of jail 5 days later. So on January the 8th of 2014, remember this, they were together for 6 hours. There's no doubt about that. That's what shows Officer Holtzclaw being at the hospital while he's waiting for her to be released. I'm assuming, being a human being, that if you're sitting in a room with someone, you're going to have a conversation with them. And I'm sure that she was telling him, I'm a good schoolgirl. I'm a good girl. I don't know anything about drugs. I'm sure she did. She admitted she said all that. But she's telling him all that, and somehow they start having a conversation over this period of time. Eventually, on January the 8th of 2014, he does Facebook friends with her, and all that stuff is in. And he talks to her. And again, look at those Facebook messages. See if you can see anywhere on those Facebook messages where either Officer Holtzclaw or Miss Hill talk about any sort of deal. It's not there. You can't tell if it's her brother or if it's an officer or who it is that's talking to her. They're just talking in general terms. And he's telling her, what's going on here? And she tells him, I got arrested and my bond is higher and my bondsman got off the bond and all that. And he goes, what? Well, call me. And she obviously does it. What does she tell you after all this is being said and done? If she tells you that they do have some discussions about this illegal activity of him taking care of all her charges in the next 30 or 45 days. She says all that by voice. It's a phone to phone that they're talking to each other on the telephone. But she says in the text messages, there's nothing incriminating whatsoever. So we get all these phone records. And what do the phone records show? Yeah, there were text messages going back and forth until she was incarcerated down in Texas, and she couldn't respond anymore. But there's two phone calls. It's an evidence. There are 2 phone calls. And I kept bringing it up. 2 phone calls, 5 seconds apiece. That's all we have. So any illegal activity that she's saying that they're talking about happened on 2 different occasions for 5 seconds. So it just doesn't make any sense. Nothing that she says does. And if you recall in cross-examination when I was talking to her saying that she was a good schoolgirl and stuff, and she says, yeah, I was going to school at the time, and that she was at the hospital with Officer Holtzclaw. And I specifically asked her, what school can I call to confirm that, in fact, you were in school on that day? Oh, I was getting my GED. Where were you getting your GED? Okay, I lied. I really wasn't. So she really wasn't in school. And I know that seems insignificant, but that's not what this is all about. It's not about playing games. When people take an oath to tell the truth in this courtroom, if that means nothing, then let's just tell them, you can just get up there and tell me whatever you want. No, we make them swear to tell the truth for a reason. And I know that this is what I've devoted my life to. And that means nothing when people take the stand, and then I've devoted my life to nothing. You've spent literally 6 weeks in this courtroom, and it means nothing because they don't care. The witnesses that you saw in this courtroom don't care about the truth. It makes it makes no, to them, it's whatever it is at the very moment. Whatever it is to further their agenda. And that's not what our system was ever built for. It was Tammy Dornan was the lady's name from the Oklahoma County Jail that testified that her whole job was to find city tickets. And she did tell you that on Shadarian Hill. Also, if you recall, Shadarian Hill had zero recollection whatsoever of Officer Holtzclaw having to assist another officer at the Southwest Medical Center on a runaway inmate that he had. And if you'll recall, there's a picture and evidence that shows Officer Holtzclaw with another officer, and they apparently have someone in custody. That's the person who had taken off out of the Southwest Medical on the run. And that officer had to come by and get Daniel Holtzclaw out of the room with Shadarian Hill, and they had to go chase this person down outside. And that's when I kept trying to ask for videotape, and all they had was a still photo, if you'll recall that. Detective Gregory testifies that he made no attempt to interview whomever was on duty at the nurses' station at the Southwest Medical Center. Detective Gregory also testified he made no attempts to find out how many people were on duty at the Southwest Medical Center. Detective Gregory testified he was not concerned that Hill's room was directly in front of the medical supply area. Detective Gregory testified that he was not concerned with how close Hill's room was to the nurse's station. Detective Gregory testified that Daniel's Facebook messages were Daniel hitting on Miss Hill, and that's why I kept reading them over and over and over. There's not one iota of suggestion whatsoever in any of those text messages, however you read them, that in any way, shape, or form, he's trying to come on to Miss Hill. He is simply, if you read them, he is simply being a caring human being checking in on somebody who he thinks at that point in time is a young woman who has gone awry. Is there something so sinister about that? We know for a fact that Daniel Holtzclaw did not run Shadarian Hill in the CIU, so he didn't even know about these city tickets that they kept bringing up. We know for a fact that the other officer at Liberty Station Apartments that took Jonae Stafford that took her into his car didn't take her into custody, but took her in his car. He's the one that ran Shadarian Hill. If you also recall, Shadarian Hill said that she told Jonae Stafford everything about this when Jonae didn't hear anything. If you look at the Facebook messages, you'll see no mention whatsoever about sex, deals, charges going away, anything about the indecent exposure or anything. And then there was the testimony about him coming over to her house. Assume that he did. Assume that he did go over to her house in his own personal car. You know for a fact that she says her kids and everybody's inside the house when that happened. You know for a fact that she didn't call 911 or report anything inappropriate whatsoever with Daniel Holtzclaw. And you know for a fact that they continued to have contact by messages after that, and there's not a single thing in any of those messages that would suggest anything inappropriate whatsoever with Daniel Holtzclaw. She's also the one that had the multiple telephone numbers, and she couldn't recall what number she had at any one given time. And that's when I made the suggestion: why didn't you keep the number? If you keep losing your phone, why don't you keep the same number? I suggested, well, is that because you're out dealing drugs? I mean, what else does your common sense tell you? I mean, how long have you had your telephone number? How often do you change it? Has it been 15 times in the last year? We know that her priors consist of a theft ring, being here in Norman, Oklahoma, a felony theft ring in the state of Texas, that she was in prison in the state of Texas in early 2014. She uses multiple aliases, multiple dates of birth, and multiple social security numbers. She also has filed a civil case here in Oklahoma County where she says she was forced into a room at a hospital and assaulted by Officer Holtzclaw. She's also the one that ends her interview with that. She says, "Is that good evidence?" with Detective Gregory after talking to him. And he says, "I don't know. Is it?" And she says, "Even if he didn't rape nobody, he's still getting in contact with people he's arrested." Again, we make everyday insignificant things look evil and sinister is all that is. All that is. But she's telling you right there, is this good evidence? Because I wasn't raped. The next in chronological order would have been Tabitha Barnes. And Miss Barnes was first talked to by detectives on 8/14 of 2014 at her house where she lived with her 3 kids at 15th and Jordan. She says the first incident with Officer Holtzclaw, she was sitting outside in the car. And she's the one that was waiting on her with Angela Cooper. She was waiting on her food stamps. And I understand people have hard times. I'm not making a lot of, nor am I suggesting in any way, shape, or form that because people are having to have public assistance that we should not believe them. I've never made that assertion, nor am I making that today. There are reasons we have that, and there honorable. I'm just setting up that what we're dealing with. She said that she's waiting out there, waiting on her food stamps to become active, and that she lives with Terry Williams, who is a registered sex offender. The two police cars pull up. It's Officer Holtzclaw and Officer Benegas. She gets to the back seat. Miss Barnes gets in the back seat of Officer Holtzclaw's car. Angela Cooper gets in the Benegas car. She says that this is when Officer Holtzclaw allegedly lifted up her breast. And again, no independent witness saw anything. And at that point in the time on 8/14 of 2014, she was too tired or too intoxicated to conclude the interview. So they said that they would reconvene at the very next day on 8/15 of 2014 when she didn't show up. On 8/17 of 2015, the interview was continued, and she testifies her house was burgled on 2/27 of 14 when she's saying that Officer Holtzclaw, when they were waiting on the food stamps to become effective, she got in the car, and that Officer Holtzclaw lifted her breast. She admits, and there are reports and evidence that on that day her house was burglarized, and her house was burglarized. And when the officers, and they called 911 that day, when the officers responded to that call to her very house where she's saying Officer Holtzclaw did this, about 10 police officers showed up. This would have been within less than 12 hours of when she's saying Officer Holtzclaw touched her. That there is a man running down the street with a microwave oven. Officer Holtzclaw takes that individual into custody. At no time does she talk to any police officer about these alleged events that Officer Holtzclaw did to her. Also, she says she does pull the female officer off to the side to disclose to the female that she has current warrants out for her, and supposedly the female officer tells her, "We're not out here to run warrants. We're out here on a burglar call." My point with all that is that 10 officers are now out there. Is this not the perfect time to say, hey, that guy right over there, the one that's got the guy with the microwave, he just got through inappropriately touching me just a few hours ago. But she doesn't do that. It also, if you'll note by the duty list, that when Officer Holtzclaw was there, and we admit it, he did it. I mean, at the burglary, he showed up. He took the guy in custody and everything. You'll also notice that if you'll look at the people who were on duty that day, there's no female officer that responded to the call, to that burglary call. There's not one. The next time she says is 3/25 of 14, and that's the burglary in the first degree. That's the one where Officer Holtzclaw is on patrol and is driving by her house, and he radios into dispatch that the house that was just burglarized about a month ago, that the door is open. And he says, door open, known crack house, and he's going to go in and check it. And when he goes in, he checks it and finds that Mr. Williams in the house, in the kid's bedroom, in a bed asleep. And he shines his light on him because that's the only individual in the house. And he takes him outside, and he runs him for wants and warrants. And he runs him in Verona to see who he is. And he sees that he is a registered sex offender. It shows him all of that. And he tells, and I won't even deny it, he tells Mr. Williams, "You're not supposed to be here, and if I see you around this neighborhood, I'm going to continue to harass you." We're somehow supposed to feel bad about that, but an Oklahoma City police officer walking into a house that has been burglarized about a month before, that has 3 kids living there, and telling a registered sex offender who, by the way, has 7 felony convictions for failing to register, you better not be around here anymore. But then they want to criticize Daniel Holtzclaw because he then doesn't contact the sexual registration offender people here in Oklahoma City and say, "Hey, I found this guy over here at this house, and he shouldn't be there." Well, the detectives never did. Detective Davis, or Gregory. Neither one of them ever did it. And then we get into this genuflecting back and forth of how long can...
Yeah, genuflecting.
I don't know what that's a new word. Genuflecting back and forth of how long can you really stay there without having to report? I mean, who cares? It is what it is. It's a known registered sex offender in a house where you know that kids live. But now what we have done, the new standard here in Oklahoma City is if you drive by a home where a door's open that had been previously burglarized and you happen to enter it and there's a registered sex offender who has 7 prior felony convictions and he says the door was closed, you're now looking at a burglary in the first degree charge because that's what we have. Because then what Tabitha says is, what Ms. Barnes says happened is that she comes home and that's after she's already been in the house, confronted Mr. Williams, and she comes home. And she says that's when also Holtzclaw indicates, do you have any drugs or narcotics on you? And indicates to her breast and her vagina. And he didn't ask, but just voluntarily shows her breast and vagina to him while she's sitting down, which I suggest you couldn't see to begin with. Then she then testifies on the very next day on 3/26 of 2014 that's when she's on the telephone call with her mother, when also Holtzclaw allegedly came up to her house and knocked on the door, said, "Hey, can I come in?" She says no. Her mother's on the phone. There's some discussion. Apparently, he says, "I'll be back," or something like that, and he leaves. That's the stop. Remember, Tabitha Barnes. Tabitha is the one, I want you to remember this, is the one that came to the court. She's the one that had the problems with at the hotel that they had put up. She actually testified 2 days. The first day, she seemed reasonably with it. The second day, blown out of her head. She's the one that we had back there scurrying around back in the chambers. And I crossed her about it on cross-examination, that she did tell me, or did she tell the court that she would test negative for any narcotics. We got into a spat about that, and she eventually admits that yes, but then when she went and tested that day, she tested positive for 2 drugs, marijuana, and lo and behold, PCP. We have a positive test from a live witness. So you're actually able to watch a live witness testify under the influence of PCP, and you saw what that did to her. You saw how combative she was and how she couldn't remember anything, how she could not even communicate. And that got to the point, really, to be quite frank about it. Yeah, I could have sat up there with her for hours and played games with her, but it was a waste of time, and I wasn't going to get anywhere with her. And I basically just surrendered out of respect, not only to the court, but to you. She's also the one that kept taking passes on my questions. If you recall, if I had asked her a question, I've never had that happen before, but she would just pass. And I was giving them to her because I didn't know what else to do. Again, I don't do it to be flippant or arrogant. I do it because it goes to the very core of what our system is about. If we allow that circus to dictate what we're going to do in our courtroom, we might as well throw away the judicial system, because our system is built upon honor and integrity and morals and values. And when you take that stand and you swear to tell the truth, you better do it. And there's the reasons for that, because without that, because we're asking all 12 of you, the 14 now, but eventually 12, we're asking all 12 of you to do something that is probably the most difficult thing you'll ever do in your life. And that is to meet someone for literally a few minutes or half an hour on the stand, and you don't even really get to meet them. You get to listen to them. And you really get to meet them, you get to listen, and you have to determine, we talked about it in voir dire, whether or not you believe they're telling the truth or not. That is a job, in my opinion, to me, is nearly insurmountable, because All you get to do is sit here and listen to what they say. But then that's why you get to use your common sense and your everyday life experience. And you can sit there and I say, watch this lady on PCP. Apparently, that's how she is the majority of the time on the streets. And am I going to take her word that this officer did anything to her and put him in the penitentiary? Because that's exactly what they're asking you to do. She's also, Tabitha Barnes, I want you to remember, is the lady that is on 100% public assistance. Again, fine with me. I don't care. But she's also the one that came out during the testimony that has a maid. She has a housekeeper. And it happens to be Florence Matthews. We didn't know that until this trial, but because apparently none of these people ever knew each other. No, but because apparently none of these people ever know each other. She is literally, Florence Mathis is apparently, she testified that she is her housekeeper. Are you kidding me? This lady has just testified she has her gas cut off by DHS. She's on food stamps, but she's got a maid. And how is she paying you? Cash? Well, where's she getting the cash? I don't know of any public assistance where they dole out cash. Tabitha also admitted that her and Flo smoked crack together. And then that Tabitha admits that people would bring drugs to her house and she would use them. If that's not the definition of a crack house, then what is it? Terry Williams also testified. He testified that he never saw anything inappropriate and he knew nothing whatsoever about anything that Daniel Holtzclaw had ever done to Tabitha Barnes. He admitted that he had 7 prior felonies for failing to register as a sex offender. He just had gotten out of the prison when he testified. He had no ID that showed he lived with Tabitha Barnes' residence. He admits that he was pulled out of the house while he was sleeping in the kids' room and run for warrants, and was told that he was going to be harassed at any time that he was seen around. He also testified to something very interesting. If you recall, Tabitha Barnes said that after the phone call with her mother on 3/25 of 2014 and on 3/26 of 2014, she said that she boards up the house and then she moves away, all because of Daniel Holtzclaw. She didn't move away because she's in a high-crime neighborhood with 3 kids, letting a registered sex offender live there and using dope on a daily basis. She moved away because of Daniel Holtzclaw, is what she's telling you. Well, what did Terry Williams tell you? She never boarded up that house. There was a broken window that had a board over it. Big difference. Tabitha's also a convicted felon. And what do you remember about Venegas? The one that took in Angela Cooper in his car that night? Venegas was the officer that previous to this had been called out on a Mayday, on his radio that he was being assaulted by members in the community over in Spring Lake Division. And he called out to officer needs assistance. He was getting beaten up. Officer Holtzclaw is the one that showed up. Mr. Geiger?
Mr. Giger, facts not in evidence, Your Honor. The court. All right, the jury will remember the evidence as you remember it.
If you recall, I asked Officer Venegas whenever Officer Holtzclaw showed up after he sent out for the call for assistance, did he take care of business? And his exact words were, yes, he did. Next one, chronologically, that testified was Carla Raines. She's the one that interviewed on 8/15 of 2014. Again, they told her, as they did all the women, that they had received a tip that they had been sexually assaulted by a member of the Oklahoma City Police Department. And this is the interview that is recorded. And this is the interview where she's asked point blank by Detective Gregory, did you ever have to expose yourself to anyone, to any police officer? Answer, no. And she tells him, I've only had one contact with police officers. Did he ever ask you to whether or not you've been on any drugs, or have you ever have to expose yourself to him? Answer, no. Again, she's asked whether or not she had at any time ever had to expose herself to any officer, and she answers no. She answers no 5 times. 5 times she answers no, that nothing inappropriate happened. That's the audio tape that I moved for admission, and it's the one that one of the defendant's exhibits. And I believe it's the defendant number 2, I believe. And that's the audio tape of the interview where she says no, no, no 5 times. And why is that significant and important? It's because it never makes it into Detective Gregory's report. It never makes it into his report that she ever says no. Are you kidding me? Really? I'm asking a question. I'm asking.
That's true.
How's that possible?
It's Rocky Gregory. He's a dickhole. But it's in the recording. I mean, it's not in his written report, but it's in the recording. But, you know, I believe he was convicted on her charges, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to ask Kay or Cherie for sure. There's 2 Carlas.
I was away for a second. What is this? Carla Raines?
Carla Raines,
Yep.
yeah.
What's the thing? Which line?
Well, Jack's just like shocked that the fact that she said no to Rocky Gregory was not in Rocky Gregory's written report.
Oh,
Said
right.
no 5 times that she had been assaulted or anything like that.
Yeah.
But it never made it to his report.
No, he didn't. And he even, when asked about it, he even admitted at trial that he didn't put that anywhere in his report.
Was he found? He was found not guilty on her, or was found guilty on her, wasn't he?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Okay. Yeah, Carla Raines is the one that Cherie's done extensive, more research than I have on Carla Raines for sure. So
It's just insane. I apologize for stopping, but that just kind of
it's okay.
caught me.
You can stop whenever you need to or want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Line 6. His report starts out that Carla advised me she was stopped by an officer who made her expose her breast. That's how the report starts out. Now, is that an agenda, or is that simply incompetence? It's one of the two,
It's both.
and you can't argue. Yeah, and you can't argue it's anything other than that. She said no, that nothing happened 5 times. She even went as far as to say, I've only had one contact with one officer. So the only officer that you could possibly be talking about would be Daniel Holtzclaw. And Detective Gregory testified that the five no's in his leading questions to her was not significant. Really? She's the one that also testified that her encounter with Holtzclaw occurred back on March the 14th of 2014. Would have been 5 months prior to her ever being talking to Detective Gregory. And she says that she exposed herself, although Officer Holtzclaw never asked her. Then we get to Florence Mathis, a.k.a. Lynn Griffin, a.k.a. 18 other AKAs. Oh, my God.
Uh-huh.
Wow, what a grifter. Florence is the one who admits that she's Tabitha Barnes' housekeeper or maid. Although Tabitha Barnes is also 100% public assistance, she admits that she smokes crack cocaine with Tabitha. She fought with the police on several occasions. She smokes a lot of crack. And she just recently is the one who received that two in 2 in and 2 out on the charges where she was looking on the assault with a deadly weapon, when the charges where she was looking at 20 to life. Oh my! She said that she was in contact. She had contact with Daniel Holtzclaw on 3 separate occasions. The first one she testified was in December of 13 or January of 14. She was walking to her sister's house and she said that she was stopped by Holtzclaw. that a female officer was called to search her, and that Officer Holtzclaw crushed a crack pipe, and she's just as certain that this was the Officer Holtzclaw on this stop back in December 13 or January 14 that crushed the crack pipe as she is the one that was assaulted by Officer Holtzclaw, although all the records show Daniel Holtzclaw was not there, and that Daniel Holtzclaw was not there, and the detectives admitted that he wasn't there. In fact, the CAD call that is introduced shows that it was a male officer by the name of Roy Jones, and that there was no female officer present. And she then says that she came into contact again with Officer Holtzclaw on March or April of 2014 at 16th and Jordan. He had her sit on the curb. When Daniel Holtzclaw tried to help her up, she jerked her arm away from him. This is a lady that has had 6 priors for fighting with police officers, and she says that he fondled her breast on top of her clothes. However, she admits that her prior testimony at the preliminary hearing is that she said that on occasions he did not touch her. The third event that she says happened was the 15th in Jordan. She was drinking liquor and had a crack pipe. That Officer Holtzclaw pulled out the liquor and crushed the crack pipe. I'm sorry, I think that means poured out the liquor, and crushed the crack pipe. She testified that on this occasion that this is when the alleged touching over the shirt happened, although she had previously testified under oath at the preliminary hearing that he never touched her on that occasion. She also testified, Florence Mathis, that although she is a housekeeper and a maid of Tabitha Barnes, that Tabitha Barnes and her have never discussed Daniel Holtzclaw touching her and Tabitha Barnes. Her employer never told her about any encounters with Daniel Holtzclaw, although they smoked crack together and spent the night together. She also says that Tabitha Barnes paid her in cash, although she's on public assistance. Florence Mathis is the lady who has 9 prior felony convictions. While she was testifying, and she had 10 felony convictions, or 10 felony active warrants. She has 19 different AKAs, 5 different social security numbers, and 4 different date of births. She's also the lady who came and talked to the DA's office recently about Daniel Holtzclaw. While she was there, she was run for warrants, found out she had a warrant. When they took her into custody, they found out she had PCP in this building. And I know that I was talking about the sanctity of the courtroom and the sanctity of the courthouse. And maybe that was offensive to her, but to me, I would think, or I would pray that people would take it serious when they come down here and not be carrying PCP on them. But evidently it upset her that I would even ask her that. And you've got to remember she was run for warrants, although Detective Gregory and Detective Davis have both testified that they don't run victims for warrants. But on that occasion, she was. Rosetta Great, she's the one that when she testified, she was serving a 6-day sanction for violating her diversion program. She was the one that was arrested on August 26th of 2014 for false 911 call at 633 Culbertson, and she was also a WOL from probation. The first time she ever talked to Detective Davis was in the jail on August 27th of 2014. This would have been 1 day after she was arrested for the false 911 call. That she said that she did not know the date when she was assaulted, but it was at the Northeast 14th and Jordan. She just smoked crack, cocaine, and had a crack pipe in her possession. She said the officer pulled up. He said, "I'm getting high, and every time I try to go home, I pick up a date." That he threw the crack pipe down and crushed it, and that he offered her a ride home. She gave him the address of 633 Culbertson. That's really her boyfriend's address, Willie, who we'll talk about here in a minute, Willie Carter's house. She said that Daniel Holtzclaw followed her in the house to make sure that it was her house because she admitted that she had no ID on her that reflected 633 Culbertson was her house. She said that after they got upstairs, he said that this is better than county. He took out his penis and that she performed oral sex on him for 5 to 10 minutes. Then he told her to lay back on the bed. In the interview, she says that he ejaculated. In court, she said he did not. She testified that there was a fluid transfer, but she testified that this is the one that testified that when she was giving him oral sex that, and I hate to use these words, but it was dirty, or that there was something on there, and that she wiped it on the bed, and she described it as the plastic on the bed and all those things. And she said, and they asked her on her direct examination, well, after all these events happened, and after he did all those things, and you wiped it on the bed, you had all this DNA and everything, did you report it? And she says, no. What am I going to tell them? And on a cross-examination, I said, well, what are you going to tell them? How about I was just raped by an Oklahoma City police officer, and I got DNA all over the place. Get up here and get it while you can. She's also the one, while she was in the jail on September the 2nd of 2014, she calls Detective Davis back, and she's very specific after sobering up. She said that nobody goes in her bedroom, and that there would be evidence in that room. And that's when she talks about she wiped a towel, and she wiped her vagina with the towel, and she threw it in the closet. And then a hand towel, could even be a hand towel specifically, with a blue stripe on it. She drew a picture of the room and said that when she gave him head, that she wiped her hand on it and her mouth, and she wiped it on top of the chair that you would eventually see the CSI took the top of, and the side of the bed with the plastic, and the rag may even be in the drawers in the closet. That was on September 2nd of 2014. She's also the one that testified on direct examination that it was not a consensual sexual encounter because no money exchanged hands. After disclosing this information on September the 2nd of 2014, on September 3rd, the very next day of 2014, a search warrant was issued at 633 Culbertson, where Willie Carter lives. Willie testified that they cut the chain to the door, they kicked the door in, and they put a gun to his face. This would have been 6 days after her arrest on the false 911 call. After all the officers entered the residence and went upstairs, they did not find the rag that she described. They take absolutely nothing from the bed. They took 2 pairs of underwear from the closet, and then they took apart the chair, and then they took the back of the chair, which was all tested for DNA, and absolutely DNA imprints, nothing was found. After nothing was found in October of 2015, the detectives in this case took the pictures to Rosetta Great of the search, and they showed it to her, and she says that is different, that Yolanda must have lived there. Willie Carter testifies that he says that in April of 2014, he had been in a pool tournament, and when he got home, that Rosetta told him that she had someone in the house that upset him. And after going back and forth with Willie Carter on several different times, he was crystal clear that Yolanda had left his house in Thanksgiving of 2013 before any of the alleged sexual assault, and the only person who he testified ever entered that room was Rosetta Great's daughter to get her own clothes and Rosetta Great herself, period. The only witness we saw when driving by these locations, when we did our field trip, by all these locations, the only person we saw outside of 633 Culbertson was Rosetta Great. Finally, before being incarcerated on the fake 911 call, Rosetta Great lived at 633 Culbertson on August 26th of 2014. If this is even an issue questioning why the state did not call Yolanda, The burden is on them. The burden is not on Officer Holtzclaw. Remember, this is the witness who Detective Davis said that when she saw Rosetta Great at the county jail on August 27th of 2014, that Rosetta Great dropped her head and said, "Is this about the cop?" This is when we had to cue up some audio and play the audio on the headphones. And actually, what she admitted that Rosetta Great said, "Are you the ones that came by to see my dad?" On cross-examination, Detective Davis admitted that they had gone by Rosetta Great's dad's house on August 15th of 2014, 2 weeks prior to her being arrested, and said, "We're looking for Rosetta Great." And we received a tip that she was sexually assaulted by an Oklahoma City police officer. Rosetta Great had 7 prior felony convictions. She's currently in the diversion program here in Oklahoma County. The next witness.
The court. Mr. Adams, I think right here we're going to take a little bit of a break. So that's just the regular admonishments from the court that are done. And then you want to take a break, Jack, and ask a question or something or anything? Or
Well, we can take a short break.
okay.
Yeah, you guys can do chat and I can get a little drink of water. And
Okay. If you want, we can get somebody else to read for a few minutes or whatever, whatever you want to do.
I don't know how
It's a
much more
lot.
we've got to go. A lot more to go.
I don't know how much more there is. Kay, do you have any idea? Or Cherie?
I haven't scanned forward, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're just going to read through Adam's closing and then we're going to stop. But yeah. Cherie or Kay, can you count how many pages are left of Scott Adams? I'm going to try to catch some things here. I keep falling behind on scrolling, but Jack's reading, so it's okay. I'm not really sure how to pronounce the name. Arguable, maybe. So hopefully you understood my explanation that Tabitha wasn't the one who said it was a 5. That was Sherry Ellis. And she's the one who you and I have chatted. Her video is the one that you and I have chatted over quite a bit, the Sherry Ellis video. Tabitha Barnes, however, in her initial police report to Rocky Gregory, she said that the Daniel had taken one breast in each hand, lifted them up, and then just dropped them, just let them go. And it's none of it's funny, but that just sounds. Cherie and I laughed for a long time over that because it just sounded really uncomfortable. But anyway, she said that he took both breasts, one in each hand, lifted her breasts up, and then dropped them. But in her deposition, and she's another deposition video that I have clip where she said, I think she said it 5 times in her deposition video, that he didn't touch me. He didn't touch me. He didn't touch me. He never touched me. But
just from a guy's perspective, unless you're playing Big Chief, that doesn't sound good. I'm kidding. Please don't hit me.
Jack,
I'm terrible.
Shame on you.
I know. It's terrible.
So yeah, it's really hard. I know that you haven't really been able to get into all of the different accusers, and you kind of joined us while we're at the end. So, but if you haven't listened to Brian Bates' podcast, I would suggest going there, and you will be able to. Brian Bates will explain everything to you up to where you started joining us. So that would be my suggestion so that you can get some better of an idea. And, Scott Adams is basically just trying to narrate what the state and the accusers are saying and kind of thumbing his nose at all of it. So that's what we're hearing. But this is This is 163 pages of closing argument, and we're on 93 now. So I would imagine that I don't remember. I don't know how many pages Giger's rebuttal is either. But let me do something here really quick. Jack, if you want, you can go on reading, and if you want to, or if you're ready, and I'm going to.
Why don't we trade off for a few minutes?
Okay. Okay.
Somebody else can pick up for a few minutes, and because my son's doing something in here, and I don't want the background noise to kill everyone.
It wouldn't be food, would it?
I can't say right now.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
It's okay. Hey, if you need to eat, you eat. It's all good. Let's see. I'll go ahead and pick up. I think I can probably finish reading. Oh crap, but 93, is that where we left off? Yeah, okay. I'll pick up and start reading.
Let's see here.
Yeah, it's 93. The court went on, or they went on a recess and blah blah blah, and so
yes, it looks like it looks like line 6.
Yeah.
Something like.
We'll pick up on line 7. Okay, you guys can watch chat for me. Okay. Mr. Adams, I'm going to try to go as quickly as I can, but I want you to understand this is the only opportunity I will have to talk to you on behalf of Daniel Holtzclaw after this. After I'm finished, I will sit down and you won't hear from me again. And I apologize, but I will try to go as quickly as I can, being respectful of everyone's time. The next one in chronological order would have been Miss Copeland. Miss Copeland was interviewed by the Oklahoma City Police Detective on October the 13th of 2014, which would have been 6 months after April of 2014, when she was saying that she encountered Daniel Holtzclaw at 14th and Kellam. That is the day that she did not go to her aunt's funeral. She admitted that she had been drinking and smoking crack, that she had, let me check something really quick. That's what I thought. Okay, sorry. That she had been drinking and smoking crack, that Daniel Holtzclaw told her she could either go to detox or jail. Officer Holtzclaw supposedly follows her to 24th Street to drop off her car, whereas the AVL clearly shows that Daniel Holtzclaw's squad car never went on 24th. She says that he pulled up beside her and that he then took her over to Miramar, where in less than 4 minutes and 33 seconds with zero speeds, she's saying that she had sexual intercourse with Daniel Holtzclaw to the point he ejaculated. She testified that she walked then to her car on 24th Street and drove off to go party some more. This is a witness that Daniel Holtzclaw had called in the address of 23rd and Miramar, and he had called in a secondary location of 1014. 1014 is transporting. This is the witness that I was asking Detective Davis, does it make more sense since all we're dealing with is 4 minutes and 33 seconds that Daniel Holtzclaw allowed Regina Copeland to leave her vehicle at 14th and Kellam, and then he was going to take her to a residence that she said she was staying at here in Oklahoma City. And as he was driving over there, he never entered onto 24th. So therefore, we know his car never went on 24th. So they drove down to the corner of 24th and Miramar, let Miss Copeland out of the vehicle so she could walk 3 doors down the house to the house where she said that she was staying. He made a U-turn, turned around, and left. If you recall, That's when Detective Davis said, no, that does not make more sense. It makes more sense of what Miss Copeland's statement was. It was not significant at all to Detective Davis that the AVL showed that Officer Holtzclaw's car was never on 24th Street in Oklahoma City. She's also the one that she says that she had to pull her pants down in the middle of the street at 14th and Kellum and show her vagina to Officer Holtzclaw. And that's when he supposedly made the comment about it being fat, PHAT. She also is the individual that has 2 armed robbery convictions and did 12 and a half years in the penitentiary. She was the one, if you'll recall, that testified she worked for Macy's and Yale University. The next one in chronological order would have been Sherry Ellis. The first time that Detective Davis had any contact whatsoever is that she messaged Sherry Ellis through Facebook, and she met with her face-to-face on August the 15th of 2014, again, stating the tip, as she did to all of the alleged victims, that they have a tip that they were sexually assaulted by an Oklahoma City police officer. Again, this interview was not recorded. It was recorded. That was recorded. I'm not sure why he's saying that. Right, Cherie? Okay. Yeah, I know it's recorded because I subtitled it.
Yep.
So he's mistaken. It was recorded. But anyway, Miss Ellis tells her about 4 months ago at 16th and Terrace, she was searched by Officer Holtzclaw, who touched her breasts and vagina and said, have a seat in the back of the car. He ran her for warrants and asked her, what are we going to do about these warrants? She looked up, and allegedly Daniel Holtzclaw had his penis in her face, where she said that she performed oral sex for 3 to 4 minutes. She said at that time that he drove to an old school, the rapey schoolyard. She denied that she was going there to give him any information of any known criminal activity in the neighborhood, that she was told to get out and drop her pants, that she had intercourse with Holtzclaw from behind for 10 minutes, although the AVL shows at 1:14:28 he was going 2 knots, and at 1:18:17 Officer Holtzclaw's squad car was going 9 knots. So it's less than 4 minutes. She denies that she was at the school giving any information. She says that after that she went home and allegedly told Terry Mack, but had to confess that she had had sexual intercourse with Edwin Smith that day. Therefore, she had 2 sperms, and that is why, even though Terry Mack told her to give a rape exam, she said that she did not. If you don't know that story, that was a whole lot of information in a paragraph. You'll have to go back and watch Sherry Ellis videos. She's also the one, the alleged victim in this case, who identified Officer Holtzclaw as a black male that was short in stature. She was not able to identify him at the preliminary hearing or here in trial in front of you. She's a multiple time convicted felon with multiple warrants outstanding. The next individual chronologically that testified would have been Terry Morris. Remember, her whole story is that the reason she said her whole story changed was because she did not want her boyfriend to know that she had relapsed on drugs. He wasn't her boyfriend at the time. She was first encountered by the Oklahoma City Police Department on May the 24th of 2014, where she was admittedly high on crack cocaine at the Valero on 23rd and Kelly. She was involved in a domestic dispute with who she claims is her boyfriend, and she said something about a cop 3 or 4 days earlier from 5/24 of 2014, making it 5/20 or 5/21 of 2014. On 5/24 of 2014, the officers at the domestic division called in the supervisor of the sex crimes division here in Oklahoma City, who refused to come out and see her at the Valero. It was assigned randomly to Detective Gregory on 6/3 of 2014. That's not true. That's inaccurate, Scott. God, do we know this trial better than he does? Possibly. The date that it got assigned to Gregory was May 27th, if I'm not mistaken. And he first met with Terry Morris on 6/3. Again, this is not recorded, but let me back up real quick. On the 24th, if you'll recall, at the Valero, after the domestic, she was allowed to leave. She went back over to the apartment complex, Spring Lake, had another incident over at the apartment complex with the same officers who had accosted her at the Valero. Caught her over at the apartment complex trying to kick the door where her alleged boyfriend was staying with another female. On 6/3, 2014, Gregory was looking for Terry Morris. She was stopped by an officer Maley here in Oklahoma City. She was hitting her head on the cage inside the cop car. She was clearly high on crack cocaine. When she was approached by Detective Gregory, she did not want to cooperate and said that she would sign a refusal to prosecute anyone in regards to any event with any Oklahoma City police officer. She was then taken to police headquarters with Gregory, and she again told Detective Gregory that her alleged assault by an Oklahoma City police officer happened downtown in Oklahoma City, not in the Spring Lake division by the city. Oh, Lord, he's making a mess. This is a mess. But I have to just read it. It's going to confuse people that aren't familiar, though. They got a photo lineup ready. So on May 24th, when she was having the fight with her ex-boyfriend at the Valero, that was on May 24th. She said that 3 or 4 days before that night, she had been assaulted by an Oklahoma City cop. So that made the date May 20th or May 21st. Then that was Memorial Day weekend, I believe. And so Detective Gregory didn't actually get that case until May 27th after the long weekend. So when she reported that, she said that she was assaulted downtown by the city rescue mission on either May 20th or May 21st.
And one of those days she actually was recorded as staying there. I can't remember if it was the 20th or 21st. So that would have been the night that it happened.
Yeah, exactly. It was one of those 2 nights, I remember. So he's trying to hurry, because I can tell he's trying to hurry, and he's mixing a lot of stuff up. So when I see a thing, I'm going to let you know, just so it's not confusing. Excuse me. So they got a photo lineup ready to show her, and she would not cooperate nor look at it, which is not true. She did look at the lineup, but she couldn't pick out Daniel Holtzclaw from the lineup. On 6/24 of 2014, June the 24th, this would have been approximately 6 days after Miss Liggins' report. This would all be post Liggins. Terry Morris was then located at Northeast 21st and Kelly. She still did not want to cooperate. Another officer was called in, Officer Higginbottom. He was brought in to show her the photo lineup.
So on 6/3, he's correct. She didn't want to look at the photo lineup.
I didn't realize.
It was 6/24 when they had the CI round her up again and capture her for Gregory to put this photo lineup on her, even though she's already signed a decline to prosecute form.
Yeah, he's still he's
back on it.
Yeah, he was brutal. What he did to Terry Morris was cruel.
Well, they had to get her to cooperate, or this whole thing would have never happened. Because
Right.
there's nothing on Janie Liggins. She's already gone to the news. It's going to be a shit show, and they're thinking, what can we do? Oh, he's a serial rapist. Let's go back and get the girl who he was the last person to stop. We just have to move the date back 3 weeks.
Yep. And get her to agree to that.
And she never did. She never did say that it was a
Nope.
newer model police car. She always said it was the older model to this day.
Yep. Yep. She still says it's to this day that it took place on the 20th or 21st and not the 8th, which is what they convinced her to say. But yeah, it's a mess. Okay. So yes, thank you for that correction. To show her this now was recorded. During the photo lineup, she could not identify Officer Holtzclaw. She did identify 2 different officers, and she still maintained on 624 that the incident happened downtown Oklahoma City at the city rescue mission. And she said that she was stopped in an older black and white Oklahoma City police car. Daniel drove the new one. And that the officer had put her in the back seat of the cop car after finding the crack pipe on her, that she had to raise her shirt and show her breast to the officer, and that he drove around and described driving all around downtown. Okay. What is most important about this interview on 624, Detective Gregory, during the interview, interjects and asks her, "Are you sure you weren't out at Liberty Station Apartments?" and whether or not Officer Holtzclaw came into contact with her at Liberty Station Apartments. And Miss Morris testified no. The reason that this is significant is how would Detective Gregory know anything about Liberty Station Apartments unless he had pulled the AVL on Officer Holtzclaw at that point in time, which they said they never did. On 7/10 of 2014, about 3 weeks later, after Detective Gregory had interjected the Liberty Station Apartments into his interview with Terry Morris, she came and told Detective Gregory, "I gave you the wrong information." He's probably going to say this somewhere, but by now, on 7/10 of 2014, she was in jail. She had been in jail for a week. So her head was more clear. She was a little more sober. So she gets they come in to see her in jail, and she says to Gregory, "I gave you the wrong information. I did not want my boyfriend to know that I had relapsed." Now she claims that the events happened at Liberty Station Apartments. However, she still says that the incident happened on 5/20 or 5/21. This is where Detective Gregory denies repeatedly that he ever used the AVL or any map system. However, on the interview of 7/10/2014, part of that interview, I'm injecting part because only part of that interview was recorded. During this contact, it was reported. I started going through it with Detective Gregory during cross-examination, and he, after asking him repeatedly, "Did you show her any maps? Did you Google anything? Did you show her anything to help assist her in claiming this happened at Liberty Station Apartments?" And he emphatically answered no. We actually hear him say to Lieutenant Musney, "Can you pull it up on the satellite or something like that," in this recording that we have for July 10th. But he claims no, that he never did that. He then admitted that when I was showing him that the person he was talking to, which was Miss Morris, that she kept indicating that she turned right here, she turned right there, right here on this street. And he doesn't mention anything in the report about showing that he was using an aid or a map. He then admitted that they did pull a map or a satellite and show it to Miss Morris during that interview. that was not recorded in any way, shape, or form in Detective Gregory's report, that in fact he was showing her a map or using satellite. At trial, she also testified for the very first time that a condom was used. We had never heard that before, including at the preliminary hearing. She identified the location as a field, but we'd driven by. Basically, it's just a small vacant lot that's between an apartment and a house on the other side. She testified that she was dropped off at Terry Wayne's house at 26th and Kelly, although the AVL shows that Officer Holtzclaw's car was doing in excess of 15 knots at 26th and Kelly. And there's also pictures of Terry Wayne's house in evidence. Next in chronological order is Sarita Bowen. Sarita Bowen is interviewed first on 8/18, August the 18th of 2014 by Detective Davis and Detective Holman. They left a card with an individual by the name of Tina Mosley. She referred them to a lady by the name of Sarita and then hung up on the telephone. Detective remembered Rosetta Great had mentioned someone by the name of Sheridan. Excuse me. As they were looking through the records, they noticed that Holtzclaw had run Sarita Bowen's name on May the 21st of 2014. Finally, October the 2nd, 2014, Sarita Bowen called the officers and they told her, "We have a tip that you've been sexually assaulted by an Oklahoma City police officer." Sarita Bowen acted excited. Sarita said that she would call right back, and she never did. The detectives contacted her mother, Louise, and Louise asked them, "Why do you want to talk to my daughter?" And the detectives responded, "She's the victim of a sexual assault by an Oklahoma City police officer." On 10/7 of 2014, an attorney here in Oklahoma City by the name of Tony Coleman, who testified, was contacted by the detectives as Miss Bowen's attorney. Again, this is all after it's been all over the news. On 10/9 of 2014, Tony Coleman, the attorney, calls Detective Davis and sets up a meeting at the church. Holman and Davis take 2 recorders with them to the church, and she testified neither one of them worked. 2 recorders to the church, and neither one of them worked. Liars. Remember, this is the lady that testified that I asked her what date it was. She was testifying, and she did not have a clue. She thought that the alleged assault by Officer Holtzclaw happened in July, but records show that Officer Holtzclaw had contact with her on 5/24 of 2014 at 16th and Highland, 16th and Highland, and 16th Terrace and Highland. She stated that Daniel Holtzclaw pulls up as she testified at midnight, 1, 2, 3. She really didn't know. She claimed that Officer Holtzclaw told her she was coming out of a known drug house. She denies that she offered any information to Officer Holtzclaw, but claims he took her to Dead Man's Curve, saying, and she admitted it, being a snitch in the neighborhood is a very bad thing. She said that she gave oral sex to Officer Holtzclaw and had vaginal intercourse. In her interview and at the preliminary hearing, she said that Daniel Holtzclaw ejaculated. At trial, she said he did not. She denied that she was going to give any information whatsoever to Officer Holtzclaw regarding any illegal activities in the neighborhood. In court, if you'll recall, was the very first time she said that the alleged assault took place approximately 2 weeks after her birthday. She admits that she did not report anything until she saw it on the news. And she did not know the date, and she again was the one that did not remember the date that she was actually testifying. Sorry. She was the one that was so combative with me that eventually I did the same as I did with the other witnesses, and that I just gave up with her, that if you'll recall, she's the one that I asked her whether or not Tony Coleman was her lawyer, and she said that she fired Tony Coleman, and this was right after Tony Coleman testified. She said that she had fired him a week ago. Then she changed that to over the lunch hour. And then she said that she had fired him sometime over the telephone. Out of respect for the court and the jury, I surrendered because it simply just wasn't worth it. She's a convicted felon with multiple AKAs. The next one in chronological order was Carla Johnson. She was the first one contacted by Detective Holman and Davis on August 14th of 2014. They went to the residence supposedly to leave a business card for Miss Johnson, but Carla was there. They admitted they didn't have a recording device because they weren't ready to do an interview. They then told her that we have a tip that you've been sexually assaulted by an Oklahoma City police officer. She smokes crack cocaine frequently. She testified that she was stopped twice by the officer. The first time was about 4 months prior to her interview with the detectives, which was in August. And she said it was at about 12:30 a.m. at 14th and Kellum. She was asked by Officer Holtzclaw if she was buying any dope. The records show that he was with her for 25 minutes, and she said nothing happened whatsoever. And I believe, if you'll recall, the testimony was they were together 25 minutes because he was in line waiting for CIU to come back. So he'd called her in and he was waiting for them to get back to him to report whether she had warrants or not. She said she was stopped a second time by Officer Holtzclaw at 16th and Jordan, which is exactly where Tabitha Barnes' house is, at approximately 2 a.m. in the morning. She testified here at trial that it was outside her shirt with no bra on, and it was not skin to skin. At the preliminary hearing under oath, she testified it was inside of her shirt, skin to skin. Detective Davis said if she was making it up, she would have said something happened both times as opposed to only one. Instead of lying once, she would have lied twice. Kim Davis said in her report that Daniel Holtzclaw ran her 3 times in CIU, but admitted on cross-examination that she made an error. She was only run twice. Carla Johnson testified that she called and left a voicemail on Victor Wilson's telephone, and she says at preliminary hearing that they listened to that voicemail. However, here she said that they just erased it or deleted it. She's a multiple 7-time convicted felon. She's been in prison, a crack addict, and she has a civil case pending. The next one chronologically is Kayla Lyles. Again, she's the one that went to the probation officer. She's the one that Detective and Holman and Davis attempted to get a hold of her on July 23rd of 2014 when they go to her parents' house and leave a business card. 2 months later, on September 16th, after it had all been on the news and everything, Detective Davis received a phone call from a probation and parole officer, Jack Bowling, who told her that they had Kayla Lyles in the office, and she's claiming that she was a victim of the Oklahoma City police officer that's been on the news doing things inappropriate with women. Detective Davis and Holman went to Jack Bowling's office at the probation office and got with Lyles. She is currently on probation for possession of a controlled and dangerous substance with intent to distribute. Kayla was aware that Detective Davis and Holman left a business card back on 7/23 with her parents, and she admits that she had seen all of this on the news. She did not recall the date when she says the alleged event happened, but Varuna and CIU show that Officer Holtzclaw ran her on Varuna and CIU on May 6th of 2014. She said that Officer Holtzclaw stopped her at 16th and Lottie. She said, "What are you doing?" He offered her a ride. She got in. She did not want to be known as a snitch in the neighborhood. She says that he took her behind the school, and she said at preliminary hearing that she had oral sex with him inside the car and sex with him, vaginal sex outside the car. Here at trial, she said that she had intercourse the first time with him and oral outside the car, as she indicated she was squatting down and things of that nature. Sorry, it's not funny. But when you read her whole testimony, it's disgusting is what it is. She testified at the preliminary hearing that Officer Holtzclaw's pants were halfway down while all of this was happening. She testified not only to that, but she told them that in the interview. And at trial, she said simply through the zipper. The most important thing about her, I believe, is how it was reported. 7/23 of 2014, the business card was left at her parents' house. In July, she made her appointment with her probation officer and did not disclose anything to the probation officer because, number one, it had not been on the news, but number two, all these events would have already occurred. She missed her August appointment where a warrant could have issued. And then she made her appointment in person through her probation officer in September after the news, and that's when she made the allegation. Also, and importantly, she testified that she is absolutely positive this police officer, Officer Holtzclaw, gave her a ticket in the past year. I think she said 3 tickets. And it's the same officer that gave her the ticket the past year as the officer who molested her. Although all the records and Detective Davis agree that that's just not true. She testifies that she saw the tattoo on Daniel Holtzclaw. And that's where I challenge everyone to take a look at the interview of Officer Holtzclaw for over 2 hours on June 18th of 2014. I submit to you, you cannot in any way, shape, or form see his tattoos as they are up here on his shoulder areas and are not visible through his shirt. Excuse me. The government is saying that this happened on June 18th. However, they admit that Officer Holtzclaw ran her in Varuna on 5/6, and he ran her in CIU on May 6th and April the 9th. They never pulled the CAD calls. They never pulled the AVL. They never pulled the daily activity sheets for any of those dates. Her boyfriend is James Anderson. He was one that was staying at the hotel. Said that she called him. He said that he attempted to call her multiple times on this occasion for over an hour, and she would not answer. The phone records are in evidence. I would suggest to you that the records simply do not support that contention. She also is a convicted felon. We then have Adara Gardner. She was first approached October 3rd, 2014. Amanda Gates, her mother, calls Detective Davis about a card that they had left at her house. And the mother was told at that time that they have a tip that Adara Gardner was sexually assaulted by an Oklahoma City police officer. 7 days later, on October 10th, Adara Gardner contacts Detective Davis and sets up a meeting for October 14th of 2014, or the 16th. Adara Gardner no-shows on both of those occasions. On October the 23rd, Amanda Gates, Adara Gardner's mother, contacts Detective Davis and sets up a meeting for October 24th for Adara. For the very first time on October 24th, Adara Gardner meets with Detective Davis. She says that she has 2 contacts with Daniel Holtzclaw. First contact, she says that it's Adara Gardner, Melody Coleman, and Nathaniel Davis. Those are the people you've come to know as Chocolate and Face. That she admits that they were having a domestic there at 13th in Indiana. She admits that Officer Holtzclaw ran them all and that he searched her purse at that time. She describes how he put it on her car and searched the purse. She admits that Officer Holtzclaw, after talking to them, let all three of them go. Her second contact, Adara Gardner, said she was about a block from her house, and he told her, and that Officer Holtzclaw pulled up and said, "I don't think you are who you say you are." He then offered to take her home, and she got in. She admits that she has no ID that shows that she in fact lived at the residence. She had nothing whatsoever to show that she had lived there, and that Daniel, Officer Holtzclaw, allegedly walked her up to the front porch, and she says that that's when the assault took place. She said that after Officer Holtzclaw leaves, that she testifies that she had to go over to a neighbor's house who had to let her into the house by jimmying a card or something through the door. Her mother admits that Daniel Holtzclaw called her and tells her that he's an Oklahoma City police officer and asks for Adara, as opposed to, does Adara live there? She admits that she hung up on him before that he could say anything else. The records show that Daniel Holtzclaw ran Adara Gardner and got her mother's phone number off of Verona. And then he called from in front of the house. She hung up, and so as he's talking to her and she hangs up on him, it's clear what happened is that he hit the control button on her name and ran Amanda Gates to see. And I don't know what's so sinister about that. On cross-examination, if you recall, of Adara Gardner, all she really wanted to do was argue with me. Again, she's an 18-year-old girl, and I quote her, quote, "Experimenting is one thing. Where I come from, you got to try everything at least once. I'm sure you don't understand," end quote, talking to me. Again, this was another witness that was offended by me for whatever reason, that I would be asking questions or questioning of what they're saying happened. So again, I quit. If you recall, Amanda Gates, her mother, she denies that she used the hot cop. She says that she was confused about when she was talking to the detective about the hot cop, that she was talking about some other event. That she does admit that she hung up on Daniel Holtzclaw without having any idea of what he was actually calling about. She testified that the hot cop statement attributed to Adara, she was confused. That she attributed to Adara that she was confused. She admits that she Googled articles and pictures of Daniel Holtzclaw and sent them to her daughter. Adara Gardner admits before she met with the detective, she had Googled Oklahoma City cop and read the articles about Daniel Holtzclaw. Also, Amanda Gates denies that she signed a complaint for assault and battery on Adara on the morning that all this allegedly happened. However, Detective Davis admits that it happened, and it's also in the police report. The most important thing with Adara, she testified on cross-examination that in the very first interview with Detective Davis on 10/24, that she said Detective Davis mentioned to her that the AVL and GPS matches up with her story. Detective Davis testified that this was a later date. This was allegedly, this was allegedly during the 2.5-hour unrecorded drive from Muskogee to Oklahoma City, where not even a report exists. They then admitted that they do this with most of the alleged victims, and you have to ask yourself, why do they do that? If we're really here seeking justice and truth, why are they telling the witnesses other than just tell the truth, as opposed to we have GPS and AVL? Detective Davis admitted on cross-examination that if Adara's statement is true, it would jeopardize this entire investigation. So therefore, you cannot believe Adara, period. So that there is no confusion here why this is such a big issue, because of the government has contended from day one that they would initially interview the victims, the alleged victim, and that they would not look at the AVL, and that they would match up the alleged victim's story with the AVL. Then I go back to remember about the map and Terry Morris and Liberty Station Apartments and Adara Gardner mentioning AVL and GPS on that first interview. The final witness that I called in this case was Carrie Hunt, and I called her for one reason and one reason only. I wanted you to see, after watching the videotape, of what Daniel Holtzclaw is truly all about. And she told you several things. She told you that she had dated Daniel now for, at that time, she dated him from March of 2014 to March of 2015, and that she quit dating him because of the stress of the case. But she told you a number of significant things. First of all, being what kind of guy Daniel is. She stated that they went to church together, they talked all the time, they had a great relationship. But she also testified that she is the daughter of a minister here in Oklahoma City and that she does daily scripture reading. And that while she would go to work, if she was busy, sorry, I have to get a drink of water. I'm sorry. If she was busy and she didn't have time to read the scripture in the morning, that Daniel Holtzclaw would dictate it into his telephone and send her daily scriptures. That is who Daniel Holtzclaw is. In addition to that, she identified as exhibit number 5, I believe, the underwear that she always witnessed Daniel Holtzclaw wearing when he had on his uniform. And they are simply compression shorts that you get from Under Armour. And I'm certain that most of us have seen them, but they are compression shorts that are designed to compress your body, and they have no fly or zipper in the front of them. Therefore, you would have to pull them down to do any sort of sexual activity. She also talked about the only time when she was dating him, and it had to be extremely embarrassing for her. But she talked about coming home. Hang on 1 minute. I have to blow my nose. I'm so sorry. Okay. Is everybody still with me? I lost
I
it.
am.
Okay.
I was you muted. I was waiting to hear you blow your nose. Come on.
Oh, hell no. Are you kidding me?
I'm
No
I'm
way.
kidding.
Um, uh, she also talked about the only time when she was dating him, and it had to be extremely embarrassing for her. But she talked about coming home and having relations with him and what he would do, the effort it would take for him to get undressed. And that the only time she ever did it, that he came home and did that with her on 2 different occasions, that he called the rest of the day in. He called it off. He just didn't even want to go into work anymore. I think because it was such a hassle to get his uniform off and on. Is what I think he's getting at. I don't know why I felt like I needed to say that. But this is really why we're all here. This is what it's all boiled down to, the flaws of the investigation. There's no surveillance or sting on Daniel Holtzclaw. There's no search warrant or waiver on his house, phone, or car. They did not take his underwear at the station or home for testing. They never requested Miss Ligon's phone. Remember, she said that she thought he had taken it. They DNA'd it, but he didn't have any DNA on there. They immediately created an illogical victim profile off of Miss Ligon's. They said it was a black female with drugs and prostitution history. They immediately disclosed to all individuals that they were sexually assault victims. They did. Why did they have to do that? Why didn't they just ask them, has anything unusual happened with you at any time, even with your meetings with any police officers or anything like that? They immediately disclosed the individuals that they were assault victims. No reports were created by any people who denied. There's been testimony that there are 35 women out there that exist that denied. We've heard one on the tape denied 5 times, but they somehow were able to make her a victim. What about the 35 that denied it? They don't even make reports about it. There was no control group ever created or analyzed. And I'm going to get to that here in a second in detail. They did not audio or video all of the interviews. The reports do not match the recorded interviews. We know that because of what's been introduced. The detective didn't even consider it important to document when individuals denied being a victim. The AVL gives different results. This is coming directly from Detective Davis. The AVL gives different results depending upon when you print it. Despite being told she was investigating an oral sodomy case, the lab never tested for saliva. The DNA lab only tested the fly of Daniel's pants. The DNA lab never tested for semen. The DNA lab only tested for skin cells. And the DNA lab admitted that the skin cells could have been a direct result of secondary transfer, as I suggested from the very beginning of this case. What do we know about the Spring Lake Division? It's all been admitted to by the Oklahoma City Department that it's low income, high unemployment, high crime, low incident of 911 calls, no snitching mentality, rampant drug use and distribution, street prostitution, wary and often adversarial with police, and high incident of unresolved warrants. We've heard all that. Again, this isn't an area that Daniel Holtzclaw asked to be placed in. It's an area that they placed him in. And I suggest to you, they placed him in there ill-equipped. We all know that a lot of police officers have what they call body cams. They don't give those to the officers here in the Spring Lake Division or any division in Oklahoma City. We've all heard of dash cams. They don't have dash cams here in Oklahoma City. So they send him over there just asking for a problem. The things that you have to pay attention to are the things that were an attempt, I believe, to distract. We spent We spent an entire day of photos of Daniel's squad car and I'm sorry, I keep losing my place. Of Daniel's squad car and Miss Liggins' vehicle. There was no incriminating evidence found. Liggins' fingerprints were not found on Mr. Holtzclaw's patrol car, and no DNA match from any accuser was ever found in Daniel's car. The repeated reference to unidentified DNA, still a victim. There's still a victim out there. Once the DNA was identified, the state admitted they could not determine where it came from or how it got there. Hours spent proving Daniel was on duty. We've never denied that Daniel came in contact with all of these individuals. Determining the location of the contacts. The only thing we got out of that was that over there on 633 Culbertson, that she lived there, the warrant clerk. I mean, that was her whole job, was simply to provide the Oklahoma City warrant to put Oklahoma City traffic warrants on people that were currently in the Oklahoma County Jail. But this is what they say had to happen on June 17th and 18th of 2014. They're saying that Daniel began his shift at 4 p.m., that at 6:50 p.m. he came into his first contact with Adara Gardner. At 9:20 is when they're saying that the sexual assault happened with Miss Gardner. At 11:42, he placed a phone call to Amanda Gates, Adara Gardner's mother. At 1:26 a.m., they're saying that he came into contact with Lyles. And at 1:36 is the alleged assault with Lyles. At 1:52, Daniel Holtzclaw ends his shift at 2 a.m. That amount of time alone is inconceivable for what he was found not guilty on Kayla Lyles anyway. But anyway, they're saying so at 1:52, Daniel Holtzclaw ends his shift, and at 2 a.m., they're saying an assault happened with Miss Liggins. So you have three alleged assaults within a 5-hour period is what they're wanting you to believe. This is really the whole case right here. The ABL records, the CAD calls, the field interview cards, the daily activity logs, the Varuna, the CIU, and the timeout on individual calls. The state is the custodian of all those records. And if you'll recall, everything I had to do to get those AVL turn on and turn off, and how I didn't think that that was an issue, but it became an issue. Now, what they want to do is they want to go back through each individual person and say, aha, he didn't call in that he was transporting. He didn't call in that he was transporting someone. Aha. He didn't call in that he was going to Dead Man's Curve. Aha. He didn't want to tell anyone he was going behind the school. Aha. He didn't fill out a field interview card. Well, let's think about that. They have admittedly, they have 35 people that they have interviewed in this case that they control all the records on, that denied anything ever happened inappropriately with Daniel Holtzclaw. So if they're going to make the allegation that Daniel Holtzclaw has ever filled out a field interview card ever, the easiest control group is, let's take a look at those 35 women that we know that they've interviewed that they have not filed even a police report on. Let's take those 35 women and let's run all the records that we've run on these 13 people that say that something did happen. And let's see if there's any anomalies in there. Because what I'd suggest to you, if they had any field interview cards from any of the 35 individuals that said nothing happened, they'd be here in evidence. They wouldn't be there back at the department. If they had any CAD calls from any of those 35 people that showed that Daniel Holtzclaw did always call in when he was transporting someone somewhere, they would have introduced all 35 of them. If they want to make everything look so sinister and so significant, give us something to compare it to. Don't sit here and nitpick Officer Holtzclaw in his job on a daily basis and just pull out a bunch of records and say, aha, a police officer would never do this. You would never transport a female if you were trying to get information from them behind the school and try to talk to them. You would never transport them down to Dead Man's Curve, although every one of them have testified they don't want to be known as the snitch in the neighborhood where no one can see them. But you know what? If in those 35 people we have AVL that shows that they went behind the school all the time, you could assume that they did. They went behind the school all the time. They went on Dead Man's Curve. But Daniel Holtzclaw isn't worth a damn with paperwork. I mean, how many of you, do you know people at work that aren't very proficient or very good at paperwork? Well, as an Oklahoma City police officer, literally, if you want to follow the quota of what you're supposed to do on every single call, I quite frankly don't know how they can get anything done with all the things they're supposed to be doing at once. But if all these things are these significant, and because Mr. Giger is getting ready to get up here in a minute and he's going to repeatedly hit all those things. Well, where's his field interview cards? Well, show us on this 35 control group where he filled out a field interview cards. Well, I'd suggest to you he never filled out one in his entire career. Well, he probably didn't because he was never a cop, but anyway, that doesn't matter. They haven't admitted any. There's some that are stuck in his car when they take it, but they don't have any in evidence. If they're going to tell you that his daily activity logs that he intentionally left people off of there so that his supervisors wouldn't know about it, well, then go back to that control of 35 people and show us that every time he pulled over someone who said nothing happened to them, that he put her on his daily activity log. The burden is right here, and it has never shifted, not one time. If they're going to say that he was letting people go on these warrants and he was holding it over their head, then show us that the 35 people that we know say nothing happened, that they didn't have any warrants that he held over their heads. Show us. You've got it. They've got all the documents. For me to get anything, I had to go through them. And you saw what they did with that when I said I want every single time that Daniel Holtzclaw turned on or off his AVL. Because under policy, and they were making a big deal about it, it's door to door. But certainly when I get it, it shows the opposite. It shows that it's done exactly as Daniel Holtzclaw says, that he would turn it off, on and off at the Spring Lake Division on the majority of the occasions. And other than that, it was everywhere, all over the city. So is he guilty of violating some policies? Yeah, 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 he is. But that's not criminal. And that's not what the judge instructed you whenever you started hearing this information about these alleged policy violations. It's not criminal. But ask yourself, you've seen all the stuff that they've gone through in this case. If they had one thing that would be the aha moment, it would be with the 35 individuals that they don't even make reports on. But they admit that they talked to, that they said nothing happened. If all of these things that he failed to do by filling out the field interview cards, calling people in, transporting people, taking people home, going back behind the elementary school, or going to Dead Man's Curve, if all of that is so unusual as they want you to believe, if all of that is so unusual, then show me what you did with the 35 people that denied it. Give me something to compare it to. Don't you take someone's everyday innocent actions and turn it into a sinister event, because that is exactly what they've done here. And again, there's a reason when our system was set up that we have required the government to have the burden. And that is exactly the burden that they should be held to. If you're going to claim that all these things are the big moment in this trial, then give me something to compare it to. But don't go back through my paperwork for 6 months and all of these stops. And we started out with over 400 people that he alleged to come involved with. Then they narrowed it down, I guess, to 13 plus 35, 48. So they narrowed it down to 28 that they talked to. But if you're going to tell me that 13 of them and all of these records are all so sinister and evil, then you give me something to compare it to. You show me that it is truly out of the ordinary for Daniel Holtzclaw to do all of the things that they're saying he did. Just because the government says it's so doesn't make it so. Amen. Excuse me. We are a government of the people, by the people, and that's why you are here. You are the ones that literally hold Daniel Holtzclaw's fate in your hands. He's not going to get a second chance or anything like that. This is it. This is his one shot at justice. And he's not going to be like so many of the witnesses you've heard here that have 8, 9, 10 felony convictions. He's got this one. This will be it. And this will put him away for the rest of his life. And they're going to suggest that you do that. They're going to suggest to you that you should put him away for the rest of his life. But in the process of that doesn't mean the burden's ever shifted over here. That burden has always been here. And it is so elementary to me, and it is so frustrating to me that they would bring 12 members of our community in here, and they would get up here and they would say, aha, he did this, he did that, and that is significant, that's important, that's sinister. Well, when you compare people to other things and you say that they did something wrong or illogical, you compare it to something. You just don't say it, because that doesn't make it so. And all of you, all collectively, the 12 of you who will eventually decide this case, you all do things every day that are total 100% innocent, particularly at work and things of that stuff, getting on the computer or whatever you may do. But you all do things that if people could say you're not following the rules, okay, you kind of deviate a little bit. Okay, but is it sinister? Well, particularly when you have everybody else that says nothing happened, that's where they can show it. They have records. They have the ability. And I don't think for 1 second, if what I'm saying is not true, don't think for 1 second that they would have had an exhibit the size of this courtroom to hammer me over the head with, because that's all this is. We've got 500 exhibits and evidence. We don't have one single exhibit of the 35 women that said nothing happened. We don't have one single field interview card, one daily activity log, one nothing to show that he was deviating from his norm on a daily basis. Not one. I'm about to sit down, and there's one instruction I want to read, because to me it's all the instructions are important and they all need to be considered together as the court is instructed. There's one that I think is extremely significant in this case, outside the impeachment and outside the credibility of witnesses, and that's instruction number 21, and it states, you should consider only the evidence introduced while this court has been in session. You are permitted to draw reasonable inferences from the testimony and exhibits as you feel are justified when considered with the aid of the knowledge which each of you possess in common with other persons. You may make deductions and reach conclusions which reason and common sense lead you to draw from the facts which you find to have been established by the testimony and the evidence in this case. In a legal sense, that's telling you to use your common sense. If they're going to say that it was evil or sinister, then make them prove that it was evil and sinister. Don't let me just say it. That's not what this great country was built on. I will tell you right now, and I quite frankly believe that the patrol officers here in Oklahoma City are the greatest men that we could possibly have on our streets. They, as has been said in this trial, as gunfire goes off, as we all run away, they run towards that gunfire. And there's not a better example of that than that man sitting right over there, Daniel Holtzclaw. He was aggressive, he was vigilant, and he was honest. And yeah, he went over into an area of town that is a little different than what we're typically used to, that is admitted high crime and all the other things that go on over there. But that gives it no excuse. But Daniel Holtzclaw is an honorable and ethical person, and he was an honorable and ethical police officer. I cannot think of a more honorable and ingratiating job than to be a police officer, because I agree they have an enormous amount of power. But I can't think of a finer individual that I would ever pick, that I would, if I picked up 911 and I wanted someone to come out if I'm being assaulted by someone, or if my house is being burglarized, or if there's something weird going on down the street, or if my wife is scared at home and I'm not there. I can't think of anyone else that I would rather have show up at my house in full uniform than that man sitting right there. Because you know why? Because I know for a fact that that man over there has lived his life honorably and honestly, that he has busted his ass for every one of us. For every one of us, he has put his life on the line. And now because he's put into a neighborhood that don't like people like him, that don't like, they have no independent witnesses, all this stuff allegedly happened all out in the open in public, the majority of it, not all of it, but the majority of it. They don't have anybody that can say and this is a neighborhood where literally at 2, 3 in the morning, It's no big deal to see people just walking around street smoking crack. See, the last person in the world they want to see is Daniel Holtzclaw. That's the last human being in the world, if you're doing anything illegal, you want to run into. But now we're going to make him a criminal. We're going to make him a convicted felon. We're going to put him in the penitentiary. We're going to put him in an 8x10 box because he did his job for us. That's literally what we've come to. We need to bow down and allow people to tell us that we can't have the Daniel Holtzclaws out there making sure we're all safe at home. You may not agree with his tactics, with him talking to everyone he's pulling over. That's his job. That's what he's supposed to do. And Mr. Giger, I'm sure, is going to say, well, his job is to also do all this. That's his job. No, his job is to keep us safe. That's what his job is. You show me one time where anyone has ever said that Daniel Holtzclaw, that man right there, that he wouldn't put his life on the line for him. You heard one officer Venegas as he was getting beat down by some members over there in the Spring Lake Division. He had he had a radio on. That's all he had. And he was able to call for help. Thank God the dispatcher got a hold of that man, a hold of Daniel Holtzclaw. And when he showed up, the beating stopped real quick on the officer. And that's exactly what we want in a civilized society, because whether anybody likes it or not, we are a country of laws. And yeah, Daniel Holtzclaw, they're accusing him of a bunch of really, really, it's the worst stuff you could ever be accused of. But we are a country of laws. And what we've heard in here for 5.5 weeks is that there's an area, for whatever it is, that they don't like police officers over there. And they want to blame everything on other than themselves. And I'm here to tell you that I'm proud of the Oklahoma City Police Department, and I'm proud to represent Daniel Holtzclaw, and I'm proud of the way that Oklahoma City Police Department does their job. It may not be the best job for the people out there committing crimes and smoking dope and doing things like that. They probably don't like it, but I guarantee you this. When you want a patrol officer to come and take care of your friends and your family and your loved ones, you're going to be wanting Daniel Holtzclaw. There's not been one shred of evidence, not one. And I told you that this case is going to boil down to, who do you believe? Who do you believe, the individual alleged victims in this case, or do you believe him on what he says on the videotape and on his record? That's what it all boils down to. And after this case is over, and I told you earlier, we will all remember this case. This isn't a case that we're all going to forget. It's a highly charged case, but it's the only day that Daniel Holtzclaw can ever get justice. His life, for all intents and purposes, is forever changed. He's been fired from the Oklahoma City Police Force. The only question is whether or not Daniel Holtzclaw lives the remainder of his life on the streets with us, or whether or not he lives it in a box in the penitentiary. That's it. And I would submit to you, if reasonable doubt does not exist in this case, if it does not exist in this case, it should have been stricken from the judicial system, because all this case is, every bit of this case. And why didn't they bring the proof they needed to bring his reasonable doubt? That is the definition of reasonable doubt, is the Daniel Holtzclaw case. And I would suggest to you to do the right thing and just thing to Daniel Holtzclaw and his family. I'm not asking for sympathy or sentiment, and I certainly don't want any prejudice in this case. What I'm asking you to do is do the right thing and just thing, and that's to let Daniel Holtzclaw go home to Carrie Hunt, to his mom and dad and to his sisters. That's what I'm asking you to do. It's the only right thing and just thing. And to do that, I'm asking you to do it swiftly and quickly. I know that there's a lot of evidence in this case. You've heard it all. And I've gone too long in my closing. But again, this is the last time I'll get to talk to you. Galen, Mr. Gigger, is getting ready to get up. And I'm going to sit over there. And I cannot make any more arguments. And I will not make any more arguments. I'm forbidden from it, actually. I mean, I can object and do things like that, but he's going to get up here and say a bunch of awful things about Daniel. He'll tell you why Daniel Holtzclaw is an awful human being and why he needs to go to the penitentiary for the rest of his life. I cannot make another argument on behalf of Daniel. I've made all my arguments for Daniel. I'm asking you to make them for me. I'm asking you, when Galen gets up, when Mr. Gigger gets up here and he tells you what a horrible and awful guy that he is, and that he would screwed all this up, and need to ask him, why didn't you show us the 35? Why didn't you show us the 35 that say nothing? Why don't you show us any documents to them to show us, in fact, any of this is unusual? Because you can say it all day, but you've got to prove it. So I ask you to render a swift and quick verdict on all counts of not guilty. Thank you. Whew. That's all we're reading for tonight.
Dang, that was a lot.
Yeah,
5
well,
hours.
God dang it. I swear to God, I was trying not to do that. I didn't want to do that. I'm sorry, everybody who's still here with us. 21 people. You were amazing. Oh. But let's see. It looks like so Galen Gigger is only going to have about probably not very much. I mean, it says 33, but it won't be that much pages. So I'm pretty sure next week will be only a couple hours. Oh my gosh.
Is there an index at the end?
I don't know. I don't know, now that I think about it, because that's where we,
We're on 130. I'll scan down just a second.
yeah, sorry, I could have done that, I guess.
Okay.
No, we don't have any index or anything like that, so we will go 33 pages.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it. Well, I have to say, yeah, maybe not quite, because they're going to talk a little bit about, yeah, because after, on the last page, Gigger's going to pass the jury to the court or whatever, and the rest of it's going to be all court mumbo jumbo. So, wow, I do feel like he did settle down near the end and got a little emotional. Not emotional, but I don't know.
Matt,
I felt like he really
seemed
drove it home.
angry.
Huh?
He seemed angry.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and the whole thing, he really drove it home with the 35 women.
Mm-hmm.
And I was not expecting that. So we'll have to see what Mr. Gigger is going to say next week when we finish all of the closing argument. I'm guessing that, well, obviously I wasn't looking at any of the chat or anything, but I would imagine that you guys were taking care of that for me. Anyway, well, again, thank you guys so much for being here. It's been 5 hours. We will be back next week. We will finish up closing arguments. It will be Galen Gigger, and I will see if I can get Dr. Silkman to join us because he's going to focus mostly. Gigger is going to focus mostly on the
DNA.
Yeah. So I'll see if I can get Dr. Silkman to join us so that he can, say whatever he might want to say about it. Yeah, but having said that, I'm not going to do any long goodbyes. Thank you guys so much for sticking. We still got 18 people between the two channels watching or listening. So I thank you so much. And I thank Jack and Kay for reading all that they've read tonight as well. And I will I'm just going to make that the end of it for the most part and let everyone know that we will see you guys again next Thursday at the same time. And thank you to Foul Play for streaming it on your channel as well. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you bet.
So until next time, peace out.